What's up? Good morning. Try one more time. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Collier Prize Symposium, our annual event featuring the best accountability journalism in the country focused on state government and how it affects our communities. We held our first Collier Prize event back in February, and we branded it the Showcase, a beta test for this symposium. And this is an event we'll hold every November. So mark November 18th, 2026 in your calendars. Register now? No, not yet. Our program today includes 4 informative workshops. We'll take a break for lunch, and we hope all of you here in Gainesville will use that time to eat, recharge, and chat with the stellar journalists who are visiting us here. After that break, we'll conclude our programming with a deep dive into our 2025 Collier Prize winning investigation, featuring the 2 Pulitzer Prize winning reporters from the Associated Press who did that incredible work. I hope you can stick around for all the sessions, but do come and go as fits your schedules. Before we kick off the day with our keynote, it's my honor and privilege to introduce the Dean of the College of Journalism at the University of Florida, Hub Brown.
Good morning. Thank you, Rick. I want to thank all of the talented journalists who are going to share their expertise with us here today and also set the table for how we got here and what we'll experience. In 2019, Nathan S. Collier, a prominent Gainesville businessman, developer, and proud Gator, put his money behind an important mission, inspiring investigative accountability reporting on institutions in every state. That led to the creation of the Collier Prize, first awarded at the White House Correspondents Association dinner in April of 2020. With a $25,000 first prize, we believe it's the biggest journalism award in the United States that's focused on state government institutions and the most prestigious. Then, a little more than 2 years ago, Nathan upped the ante with an $8 million gift to permanently endow the prize and establish an annual symposium on government accountability journalism. Excuse me. In the last year, we've added an informative monthly newsletter on trend-setting accountability work and initiated a monthly recognition program called the Collier Spotlight. We've also launched an annual survey of journalists to learn more about their challenges, internally and externally, to better inform our work. The goal with all of this is to inspire and incentivize reporters to do more of this challenging and important reporting, and to provide the journalistic community with the tools to do it and do it better. We are extremely grateful to Nathan Collier for this generous and visionary gift, and I'd like to invite him up here to say a few words. Nathan?
Thank you, Dean, and thank you all for coming, both in person and online. I'm honored to be here before you, for we're in very turbulent times. And the work that journalists do is never more important than it is now. And I've always had a fondness for investigative journalism, because nothing inflames my passion more than people who betray the public trust. And journalists who shine the light in the dark corners of our society do good work. And folks, publicity is the deterrent effect. And we're having the symposium and we're having the monthly awards because creating the multiple effect is what creates the power. And folks, you journalism, you are the protectors of democracy. And there's no finer role. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. And now, let me introduce our keynote speaker. Maribel Perez Wadsworth is president and CEO of the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation. Born and raised in Miami by immigrant parents from Cuba, she is the first woman and seventh president to lead the foundation. Drawing on her experience as the former president of Gannett Media and publisher of USA Today, she brings a deep commitment to Knight's mission of informing and engaging communities. Starting as an editorial assistant with the Associated Press in 1994, her career evolved from reporter and editor roles to a key position in Gannett's corporate team, where she led the company's digital transformation. As president of the USA Today Network and later publisher of USA Today, she led a team of more than 4,000 journalists in more than 200 communities. During her tenure, Gannett newsrooms were recognized with 5 Pulitzer Prizes. After her remarks, she'll be joined in conversation by Dean Brown. Their conversation will conclude with some questions from our audience here in Gainesville. If any of you have questions, there are 3x5 cards on your tables. Jot them down, legibly would be good, and we'll collect them during the session and try to get to as many of them as we can. Maribel?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that introduction, Rick, and thank you, Nathan and Dean, and to all of you at the University of Florida College of Journalism and Communications for inviting me here this morning. And I want to thank you all for joining us as we celebrate state-level accountability journalism. Whether you're with us in person or online, most of all, thank you to all of the journalism and communications students who are here with us today for being part of the symposium, but even more for your vote of confidence in the future of journalism. Journalism is a noble profession. It exists to inform our communities, to empower civic engagement. It helps to uncover facts, seek the truth, provide context, and it exists, as Nathan said, to hold power to account on behalf of the public. It exists to shine a light on problems, but also to elevate solutions, and by doing so, hopefully, to drive progress. Journalism is an act of optimism. Why would we ask the hard questions, file the FOIA requests, sift through hours of public records, engage with often difficult sources, sometimes make people angry or uncomfortable, if not because we believe that wrongs can be made right, that solutions to our greatest challenges can be found? Journalism truly is an act of optimism. It's fundamentally a belief that the public, armed with truth, will demand solutions, that things can get better, and that positive change and progress will come. It's no secret that the business of journalism, and especially at the local and state level, faces great challenges. But the need for journalism, ambitious, impactful, hard-hitting, accountability journalism, like we're honoring today, has never been more important. I won't pretend to have all the answers to how we solve the crisis of the business model for journalism or the crisis in our public square, where we suffer from erosion of trust, a disregard for facts, and a disillusion of constructive debate and civil discourse. But I do know that we won't solve any of these challenges without journalism, and especially without local journalism. And we won't solve any of it either without the rising generation of smart and ambitious and well-trained journalists like we have here at the University of Florida. Since our founding 75 years ago, the Knight Foundation has been focused on supporting journalism as a necessary cornerstone for thriving communities and for strengthened democracy. In the last 2 decades, we've been focused on helping the business of journalism reinvent itself to meet the economic realities of the digital era. We've supported new and startup digital newsrooms. We've supported the transformation of existing newsrooms. We've supported nonprofits and for-profits, and the conversion of legacy for-profits to nonprofits. And we're deeply committed to supporting our student journalists, especially with the legal resources they need to do their most ambitious work. Certainly, we have a standard bearer here in the independent Florida Alligator, doing incredibly ambitious work that is making an enormous difference. And I know you're all very proud, yes. Today, a pillar of Knight's support for journalism comes in the form of Press Forward. It's a national collaboration of funders that's leveraging local knowledge and local leadership to help power the future for local news. It's a disciplined effort to build sustainable local news organizations that can survive and thrive into the future. And as part of Knight's commitment to Press Forward, we have doubled our investment in journalism to $300 million over 5 years. We're also responding to more immediate needs. This summer, Knight Foundation joined with several other philanthropic partners to establish a public media bridge fund, an initiative that has now raised nearly $60 million to provide emergency funding for the more than 115 public media stations serving 43 million Americans that were at risk of imminent closure with the defunding of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. In many communities across the country, these public stations are often the only reliable source of crucial local and state news coverage, and also of emergency broadcast alerts. They're the center of gravity of their communities in many ways, and so this crucial runway will allow them the time to develop alternative sustainable funding plans and the systems change that needs to happen to preserve the system into the future. We're also continuing to stand strong for the First Amendment at a time when it is clearly increasingly under threat. Last December, we awarded a 3-year grant of nearly $1 million to the Bruckner Center for the Advancement of the First Amendment here at the University of Florida. It's a partnership between the College of Journalism and Communication and the Levin College of Law. It's a research center studying information quality and looking for ways that social media platforms can incentivize users to engage with higher quality information. All of these are efforts to strengthen and bolster the overall information ecosystem, to hopefully reclaim our public square and to create a foundation for more accountability journalism. High quality journalism has been under threat before. Yellow journalism was going to destroy objective reporting, and television was going to destroy newspapers. The internet was going to usher in an era of utopia of free and factual information. Today, I'm confident that journalism will continue to exist, and we cannot allow it to fail. Journalism and local reporting brings our communities together, and it is crucial to successful self-government and to sustaining democracy. Journalism lets people know what happens at City Hall, at the State House, at our school boards. It reports on our kids' sports triumphs and our neighbors' new businesses. It holds power to account so that we know that our water is clean and our public officials are honest and that our trash is getting picked up as planned. Journalism also helps us to know who we're voting for and what the important issues are that are at stake in our elections. And it delivers crucial information in the wake of natural disasters. At Knight Foundation, we are fully committed to healthy information ecosystems and reliable, trustworthy local news. But while we are working to build better systems, it is not sufficient. Our society also needs smart, creative, innovative people to drive change, to drive improvement, and to deliver news and information in the ways that will resonate and be relevant to audiences today. For journalism to thrive, it needs the energy and ambition of the young people in this room, the people who've grown up with the internet, with vertical video and snaps and TikToks and Reels, who know how their peers will consume news and information, what will be relevant and resonant for them. Journalism is an act of optimism. The future of this business lies in the next generation of journalists, in the students and educators committed to telling the truth and to doing so in ways that will connect. And so let me say to the students in the room here today, we're counting on you. I'm counting on you to help us charge forward and to lead us to a better future. We're counting on you to master this craft, to drive the innovation that's needed, to work with integrity, and to bring all those skills to the important work of local and state reporting. I firmly believe that there is no greater contribution you can make to society than taking what you've learned here at the University of Florida and bringing it back to the places you come from, to the communities you deeply care about, and to do journalism that matters and will make an impact there. We need your voices, we need your optimism, and with your help, I know we can build a brighter future for journalism across the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maribel. That was wonderful. So we're going to have a little conversation here. And you all can join us again. There are cards on the tables if you want to ask some questions yourselves. I have a few.
I'd expect nothing less.
Indeed. And it's very interesting because, I mean, so much of what you say resonates, journalism being an act of optimism. One of the things that you said in February, and I was in the room, I remember this, is that you believe that philanthropy must move at the speed of news. I thought that was a great quote. And it's a great idea. And you talked about some ways that that's already happening. Yeah. Do you think you've achieved the goal so far?
Oh goodness, no, we've started on that path. And I think there are some good examples of that. You know, of course you heard, I come from the world of newsrooms and journalism and fast pace and high pressure. So coming into philanthropy where maybe there aren't always those same outside pressures, you really, I think, need to be guided by the needs of the community and the people you're trying to serve. And that has to make us move a lot more swiftly. The timeline is not in our favor as relates to solving for the sustainability of journalism. So there's no time for dawdling. A few things that we have done that I think have been important, even to show what's possible. We, for example, the Public Media Bridge Fund I just mentioned, it is unusual for a number of funders to get together and to be able to, especially in partnership, move that quickly. $60 million raised in about 11 weeks' time and already beginning to be distributed back to stations shows everybody that yes, we can move quickly when the moment demands it. Showing even within our own team, you know, last year, Hurricane Helene had such devastating effects. Yes. We were able to move dollars very, very quickly to shore up local news organizations in North Carolina to help with that coverage. So I just think we have to show in each instance. I think there's a lot more to do though.
Press Forward itself was an example of moving quickly, of responding. And there's so much that came from that and still will come from that. Press Forward last month released a report, Words That Work, a toolkit for newsrooms. In it, they recommended a couple of different things. They recommended being cautious about the words journalism and media and even democracy. Yeah. The report said, and I'm quoting, here's the paradox: 93% of people believe that reliable local news is necessary for democracy. Yet many of these same people react negatively to explicit democracy messaging. What are people in journalism to do with that?
Well, I'll tell you what my own thoughts on this are. And to put some context around it, this survey was meant to help. One of the things that Press Forward has set out to do is to bring a lot of new dollars into funding local journalism. So people and organizations that maybe have funded other things but are newer to journalism. So they're trying to find the right language to motivate that. And look, at the end of the day, these concepts can feel very abstract.
Yes.
Right? Democracy and journalism and very lofty ideals. At the end of the day, I think we need to go back to the basics of journalism, which is a lot more show, not tell. Let's show the impact. Let's speak with transparency about the work that's happening and the cause and effect. You do the accountability story, you find that your tax dollars are being misspent, and that gets righted. Make sure that you're showing those examples. I think being more clear about what journalism actually does is more important than talking about the ideals. We all believe them in this room. Obviously, we are all here because we believe in the power of journalism and how crucial it is to democracy, to self-government. But I think that for the vast majority of the public, they're going to resonate far more with you were able to call out that the mayor was embezzling funds, or that this, and it can't all be bad stuff either, by the way. There's a lot of good that happens in communities, and making sure we're telling that full, authentic story is another way that I think is really important. So to me, it's let's worry less about abstract things, and let's be really concrete about the difference that journalism makes, with clear examples of the work and tying it back to where the difference is being made, where a problem is being highlighted, but also potential solutions. And I think that is very motivating to people.
What do you think about being more transparent with methods and our own? Because we talk about accountability, and we're advancing that conversation, but at the same time, we do have people who say, well, you're not very open about your own processes.
I don't think there's anything more important that we can do to reestablish in some cases, and certainly to grow trust again for news, than to be super transparent about our methods. How did we report this story? What efforts did we go to? How many records did we pour through? How many people did we talk to? What, just the story behind the story. Be very transparent, and then also be transparent about your own expertise. Some people have been covering beats for a long time. Explain that. You're also a part of the community. Speak to those connections. You're not some outsider who parachutes into the community. Be really transparent about that. I think the more we can just demystify the craft of journalism and be very transparent about how we do the work, I think it'll help to build trust again.
Absolutely. Northwestern University, they just released their State of Local News report. Now, both that and the Institute for Nonprofit News report indicated that while nonprofit journalism is growing and maturing, sustainability, of course, remains uneven. Smaller newsrooms still rely on a small number of major donors. What are the bright spots that you see, though, in the media landscape? There are those kinds of challenges, but we do have bright spots. What are they? How do they sustain themselves beyond infusions from philanthropy?
Yeah, look, as some people have heard me say this often, philanthropy certainly can't be the business model. That can only be a piece of the pie. At the end of the day, what's going to make it sustainable? You're going to be creating a product that the community sees value in, that feels is essential, and they're going to, hopefully want to support that. And I think that that's ultimately the win. I think that even as a lot of new startups have come onto the scene, probably not all of them will make it to the other side, right? And in terms of finding that equilibrium of bringing in enough revenue to support the operation, I think we'll see the need for greater collaboration across them, and we're certainly seeing examples of that. But there absolutely are bright spots. Look, I mean, the Baltimore Banner is a tremendous example where they just launched in 2022 and won a Pulitzer last year. And they're now expanding from Baltimore into Montgomery County, Maryland. And so are they, they're swinging for the fences, and they have, committed ownership, which is obviously a positive. They're not quite there yet in terms of, for sure having the level of profitability that I know that they're aiming for. But they're making moves, and they're doing ambitious work, and I think that's really important. The Salt Lake Tribune is another example. That's been a long time news organization, previously for profit, has made the switch to nonprofit. They're in expansion mode. So I think we see across the spectrum, from a startup like the Banner. The Minneapolis Star Tribune is another one that is investing and expanding to be more of a statewide player. I think that there are bright spots all over the place. I just think that at the same time, we have to be clear-eyed that not all of our newer newsrooms, not all of our legacy newsrooms are going to be able to make it if they are not truly connecting with an audience and creating the value proposition that generates support, not only philanthropically, but through local readers and viewers wanting to contribute to that, and local businesses wanting to support it as well.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. We are at this point where we see 1,000 experiments, it seems, and those are really great ones. Are we at a point where we're kind of, if you look at the entire landscape, that we're sort of at a break even, where there's enough positive things that are going on that we can say, yeah, there are some pathways that we can actually recommend?
I think look, there are a number of them, and I think that it's time to be a little bit patient and also learn and share what we're learning that's working, and certainly that's something that we can do. And there are a lot of organizations, INN, you'll hear from Karen soon, is a real example of sharing best practices and examples of collaboration and models that are working. So I don't know that I can say that we're done experimenting. For sure, I think there's a lot more work to be done there, but I do see that there are certain things that are taking hold, and so how can we put more wind in the backs of those, scale those things, and maybe have others pivot toward what's working.
Okay. I have a couple more questions, but I think we have some that are coming up. Are we? Maybe. Well, while that's being collated there, it's really a fast-moving landscape. You had talked earlier about sort of the inflection point for democracy. You mentioned that in February, that we are at an inflection point. It's been 8 months, 9 months. What do you think's happened since?
I don't think I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
I think what we were starting to talk about then, and I think is only increasingly true, is the First Amendment's under assault. We see that. Right out of the gate, early part of the year. Pushing AP, removing AP from the press pool
Yes.
at the White House over their decision to keep Gulf of Mexico in the AP style book. Imagine a global news organization needing to serve global audiences all over the country, not deciding to only go with the so-called Gulf of America, which the United States had unilaterally decided to rename, and being pushed out of the press pool. I mean, that clearly is an assault on speech and on the press. The request or the insistence that Pentagon reporters needed to basically agree that they would only write about things that were in essence approved. Well, obviously we can't do that. We can't agree to that. That's preposterous, and again, an assault on freedom of the press. And so, those are two examples. There are myriad examples. We see it across the board, and that's only as relates to the press. I think we forget sometimes that, the First Amendment guarantees 5 freedoms, and we're certainly seeing encroachment on, the ability to freely assemble and all of those things. So I'm very worried about that.
Yes.
And if you're Knight Foundation, our whole reason for being in many ways is the First Amendment and ensuring that it remains strong. And I am a firm believer that we're only as free as Americans as the First Amendment is strong. And so that is something that I think, and look, when we talk about those 5 freedoms of the First Amendment, they really are what define the people's power in a democracy. The ability to assemble, the ability to speak freely, the freedom of the press, to petition your government for a redress of grievance. All of that speaks to the power of the people. So that's the firewall for democracy. And we, the people, need to not lose sight of that. But it worries me when the Freedom Forum puts out their latest survey and fewer than a quarter of Americans can name the 5 freedoms. Now, I'm not going to put anybody on the spot, but if you can't rattle them off, please, when you leave here today, that's your first assignment. Go make sure you know what those 5 freedoms are, because they are your power. They are our power in self-government, and it's going to be crucially important that we fight for that.
Absolutely. Much of Knight's focus in recent years has been on nonprofit ecosystem, and but there still are legacy news organizations out there. They're still reaching significant audiences, and they're still doing accountability work in a lot of different communities. So what's the balance for Knight in terms of how it views supporting institutions like that? Is there a role when it comes to talking with and working with some of those legacy organizations?
Absolutely. I think that, early on, there was no question. Knight was very committed, always will be very committed to the experimentation, to learning, what new models might be able to be fruitful. But over this last year and a half, we have absolutely leaned in also to legacy newsroom expansions. We created an expansion fund that helped to fund efforts like at the Salt Lake Tribune, at Post and Courier in the Carolinas, who are also long-standing local newsrooms that we're expanding into other parts of the state. I think those are just a couple examples. The Associated Press, we gave the Associated Press last year. And soon we'll announce another investment, but we gave them a commitment to pilot what it would look like if we could subsidize access to AP content and services to the small and mid-sized newsrooms across the country that don't have the ability necessarily to pay for AP content in that model, but that could help bolster their efforts to have a more complete report and to maintain AP's important 50-state footprint and coverage from state houses. And the results of that have been, really positive. And again, it's legacy media, but I think an important part of the ecosystem.
Very much so. Here, of course, we're at the University of Florida. We have a lot of boots on the ground, as I like to say, in terms of journalism. And you mentioned, of course, the importance of the independent Florida Alligator in that, and our student journalists out there. How do Knight see the part that students can play right now, instead of waiting for the future, studying for the future, being part of the present when it comes to getting into some of those places where we don't have, where we might have news deserts, we don't have outlets?
Well, what I'm most thrilled about is they're not waiting. They are out there doing incredibly important reporting in their communities, and not just the university communities. They're doing incredibly important coverage and filling gaps in the broader community. You certainly see it here in Gainesville. We have helped to support efforts like that in other parts of the country. We just did several $1 million in legal resource support for student journalists specifically, because as you do more and more ambitious work, you run into the exact same problems that so-called professional journalists will run into with access to records and and everything, including intimidation tactics and other things. We've seen journalists arrested and all of that. So it's really important. I am a firm believer. We're in a fight, and you don't want anyone off the playing field right now. And our student journalists are journalists, and they're in it. They're not waiting. They're doing incredibly good, award-winning work in many cases, and work that's really shining a light in places that others are not. So I think we should all be really proud and, again, feel very optimistic about the future for journalism.
Please, students, feel encouraged. You know that you're making a difference right now.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Rick, you have some questions? Let's we'll do a few crowd questions here. Oh, very good. Okay, so first one. What's the impact? What do you see as the impact of artificial intelligence on the next iterations of journalism out there?
I'm someone who really sees both sides of this. On the one hand, of course, the incredible speed at which, and in particular, generative AI has taken hold, is allowing the information ecosystem to be flooded with new content, and it's made it very easy to create and share information that is, let's say, not necessarily fact-based. And so that, especially in this moment of time when there's already a lack of trust and what have you, is, really concerning, and I think really difficult to combat, but important to combat. The flip side is that these advances in technology, I think, are also great opportunities. They create opportunities for us to, leverage the technology to mine important insight from public records at enormous speed, to synthesize information, frankly, to create ways for the public to interact with our content in new and different and interesting ways, to have more effective ability to search our content. I think all of those things are important. We should be experimenting. We should be harnessing the power of the technology, even as we're also, as journalists do, still bearing allegiance to important ethical standards and guardrails that are critically important as we use the technology. But we are absolutely in a space right now where the speed at which that's moving is, can feel dizzying, and it's important that we, going back to your earlier point about transparency in how we do our work. No time has ever been more important than right now to be very clear about the standards, the practices, the ethics of journalism, to explain our work, and because that will be absolutely a differentiator in a world where so much other content is out there, and you don't necessarily understand the provenance of that, and you don't understand the methodology by which they arrived at that content. And so I think that level of transparency, the show the work, will be actually really helpful to us.
Absolutely, and that basically means that when we're talking about a story where perhaps a reporter has used artificial intelligence maybe to do some of the research or even to come up with the angle of the story, that we acknowledge that.
Absolutely, always be transparent. If you don't have it already, and I think most probably do, but if you don't, you need to incorporate artificial intelligence into your newsroom's principles of ethical conduct, and be very clear about how you disclose when you're using artificial intelligence, for sure.
Absolutely. We talked a lot about holding people to account, and there's obviously a lot of different ways that we can do that, and we've talked about the resistance so often to that on the part of local officials, and it seems to me like that's when we talk about that inflection point that you mentioned, that's really where it's really coming down. It's this sort of training the public officials, sort of training their anger and their ire on journalists and yelling fake news and doing those sorts of things. Are there new things that we can be doing? Are there things that reporters can be doing to really face that down and to find ways to connect through that noise to the audience?
Yeah. This is going to be an exercise in all that's old is new again. Forever in journalism, and I've been doing this work for a long, long time, of course, we did the hard stories, the investigative journalism, the watchdog work. And we did that and had impact and made a difference and had credibility and trust because we were also doing all the other stories, right? We were not only writing the look what we found and how money's being misspent, but we were talking about, the mayor's initiative, fighting blight in such and such neighborhood. We were in a place where scarcity of resources was not as big a problem. We were covering the full community, truly. We were in our schools, not just covering the school board and what good or bad may be happening there, but we were in our schools, we were celebrating our kids' achievement, whether in sports or other things. We're covering arts and culture. You're seeing a much bigger picture of the community. And so today, I think in some ways, in part because of this business model challenge, we've pulled back on a lot of that coverage. And you ask 100 newsrooms, where can they add the most unique value? And almost all, I dare say all, will say accountability journalism, watchdog journalism. And certainly I agree with that. But if that's the only thing you're giving a community, the community feels that you're not actually authentically seeing the whole community, because not everything that's happening is bad. Not everything that is going on in a community that's worth writing about is a problem. And so we are in some ways playing into the hands of the elected official who wants to cry fake news when we rightly interrogate their actions, because we don't have the countervailing point that shows the plethora of important, also true, good things that we've been writing about in the community. That's not universally true. Some are still doing a lot of that work, I want to be clear, but I do think we've lost a lot of that. And in losing that, we've lost a sense that we truly see and reflect the whole community.
What really gives you, there are lots of reasons for hope. You've talked about a number of those kinds of things. What scares you about what's before us in all of this? Where are the potential minefields out there that right now maybe journalism and news organizations are not even seeing?
Well, I had a breakfast meeting recently with the CEO of a major digital news organization who's become convinced that in 24, 36 months, in all of these places that today we understand to be news deserts, you will see a brand new stood up aura of news organizations available to people, and all of them will be AI generated, and most of it will not be factual information. That's really alarming. I don't know if that is actually what's going to happen or on that timeline, but it feels plausible with where the technology is going and with the increasing lack of discernment, information literacy, et cetera, that we're suffering from. So that is something that it does keep me up at night. How do we combat that? How do we reinstill, really, as I see it as a language, information literacy. So how do we get that learning into the hands of children at the youngest ages? Because that's when we're best equipped to learn a language proficiently. And so I am worried about that because it doesn't feel implausible.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
What do we do about it?
Well, I think I think again, information literacy, media literacy, I think civics education. So some of it is beyond the scope of what just journalism can do. I think that as citizens, we need to demand these things because they are fortifying. They do inoculate against the potential rampant spread of mis and disinformation and bad actors. I think that's really important. But again, insisting on transparency, clear visibility, demystifying the work, I think will be very important to helping to fortify news organizations.
Absolutely. So we sit here at the university, and we try to convince students to consider a future in journalism, and sometimes their parents are with them, and we talk, and of course, mom or dad just chimes right in and says, yeah, but you guys don't pay anybody anything. How do we, what do we do about that, about the really paltry salaries in journalism that are discouraging some of our best minds from getting in, because it is a real challenge right now.
Yeah, look, I understand it. My sister and brother-in-law are middle school teachers in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. That's, you want to talk about a analogous situation. I mean, really vital careers, vital roles, vital contribution to society that simply is not compensated in the way that it should be, given how essential it is. And I see journalism that way, and I see teaching that way, and a number of other professions. It's a tough balancing act. I think the bigger challenge that a parent might have, I have young adult children, is maybe less about how much money you might make, but about the stability of the career. And obviously, when you see the headlines and jobs being cut in journalism and news organizations closing, I could see how that could be concerning, especially for a parent. What I would say to that is, the truth is, nothing is guaranteed in this world, and all manner of sectors are disrupted and being disrupted as the world continues to evolve, and technology and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, when you get up in the morning, are you working at something that you can feel incredibly proud to be a part of, and that is making a difference? There's a certain amount of what we do as journalists that is really compensated in the impact that we make. And I get that is not going to help pay the rent. And I don't have the greatest answer and solution for that. But I can tell you that every single day, waking up and doing work, especially on behalf of local communities, you will be making an enormous difference. And I believe we can get on the other side of this and find stability in a business model that works. I absolutely believe that all of you young people who are here and committed to journalism and want to be in the journalism field are going to be the ones that help us find those solutions. And my biggest challenge to you is, besides please go work in local newsrooms, is when you get there, you will have been trained here well on the craft of journalism, but don't cede the knowledge that you also bring, not just about journalism, but about your peers and how you need to create content in order to resonate for them. Maintaining the ethical practices, maintaining the standards, but what has to change? And I've intern class after intern class, when I was running newsrooms, they come in and soak up and want to do really good journalism, but I want them to teach us how to best do this work in ways that are going to actually connect and have impact for your peers going forward and the next generations after that. And so you bring a lot to this, to the table. And I don't want you to lose that when you walk in the door of whatever newsroom you end up working at.
That's very good. It's been a while now since the controversies surrounding diversity in newsrooms. Yes, I said it. Ooh. Have kind of raised and subsided, yet there are communities of all kinds of different people out there that journalism needs to reach and are a factor in how we approach making it, seeding the ground for more and more newspapers, more and more news sources out there. Is it still something that you think about, that Knight thinks about, and how do we do it now in this atmosphere?
Look, I think that consistency is important. Values are important. I can say, my whole career, working in newsrooms, it was so evident that if the newsroom itself does not reflect the community, you're not going to have full coverage of that community. You're going to miss angles, you're going to miss sources, you're going to not necessarily understand the facts that you're trying to convey. What is their actual effect on the lives of the people in community if you are not part of the community? So I don't believe newsrooms can do their job effectively if they're not reflective of the communities they cover. That has been true over and over again. And that's a core value, that's a core belief, and I think it hasn't mattered, what political party has been in power. That has been true, and I think that working toward that. At the same time, I think that something that we've seen, in recent years that I think is a positive development is more journalism emanating from different communities, different demographic communities, and again, closer to home, truly authentic, really understanding the issues through the perspective of that community, and doing important, really relevant journalism. And I think that also is important to support and to continue to see, be strengthened and expand. And so I think it's all of it. But I don't think that, we walk away from something so fundamental and such a core value because the political winds shift. If that's what we do, then it wasn't so core to begin with, and I just can't believe that's true.
Thank you for that. Well, we sit here at the University of Florida, and you have visited many university campuses. What do you think universities should do that they're not doing now to advance journalism?
Well, I will say, a few things. One is not just beyond journalism. I think it's so important that our universities be places truly of constructive debate, of engaging, learning again to engage one another, and ideas that might be different and uncomfortable, and doing that in truly curious ways. Journalism at its best is open-minded, is curious, is seeking the truth wherever it shall lead us. And as a people, as a society, we've lost a lot of that. And so I think here in this place, universities, our colleges, et cetera, I think that this is the place where we can hope to recapture that. But we have to be willing to learn again how to engage one another. Knight does, every couple of years, for 20 years, we've done a study on campus free expression, the sentiment among college students related to First Amendment and free expression. And inevitably, students are telling us that the First Amendment, that free expression is absolutely crucial. But increasingly, they're also telling us that they are more likely to self-censor, that they are concerned that words can be as harmful as physical violence, that they think there should be some limits on speech that might be offensive. That's really concerning to me. Not because I want people to be offended or hurt or harmed in any way, obviously, but because how else do we better understanding of one another? How else might we, frankly, change our minds, right? Based on new information or a new perspective or new ideas. So I think that the number one thing that our college campuses can contribute to that's really cross sectors is reanimating that sense of healthy, constructive civil discourse, making it safe and okay to disagree, to be curious, to learn from one another, and frankly, also to walk away sometimes unpersuaded or uncomfortable or even offended and be okay with that. Because we can't get to all the other things we want as a society and all the progress we want to make if we can't do that. It's that fundamental.
As you have, you've had a long career of leading in journalism. As you've gone through that career, what are the things that some of the most, just maybe to the students here, some of the most successful journalists that you've encountered, what do they have in common?
I think it's going to go back to some of the things I was just saying. I mean, absolutely curiosity. And when I say that, I don't mean it in just the most basic of ways, but truly coming into whatever the topic is with a lot of questions, but then truly prepared to listen, to understand, to tap into the nuance, the context, not just take things at face value, but how do they relate to each other? I think that I've seen that over and over again. And the very best journalists were the ones who inevitably came back and said, actually, this story wasn't what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Right? There's this other angle that I hadn't considered, but when I talked to these two people, now I see it, and now that to me is honestly what really journalism needs to be, is meant to be, and where the real power in journalism lies.
Very good. We're about to sort of transition to the next panels that are coming up, and so we have some pretty outstanding journalists in the room who have done some amazing work. As you've seen that work, what do you have to say to those folks?
Thank you. Thank you for being in it, for being in the fight. It's hard. It's hard work. Like I said earlier, it's increasingly difficult. Journalism is under attack. We can make people uncomfortable and angry sometimes, and doing this work is hard. So sticking with it, bringing that level of illumination and clarity that our communities need. There's just nothing that I could see as more important than that. So thank you, is what I would say.
I think that's a pretty good note to end on. Thank you very much for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate you coming here to Gainesville and being a part of this symposium.
Thank you.
Appreciate
So great.
you.
Thank you so much.
All righty.
Thank you, Hub and Maribel. Our next panel will explore the changing landscape of state government coverage across the country. We know that the decline of legacy news organizations has had a significant impact on scrutiny of state institutions during the last 2 decades. But amid those declines, new news organizations, some nonprofit, some for-profit, have risen to help fill that void, and 3 leaders of those efforts are with us today. Our moderator for this session is Ted Brightus, Senior Investigative Reporting Lecturer at the University of Florida College of Journalism and Communications. Ted is a decorated investigative reporter from the Associated Press, a Pulitzer Prize winner, and the person who ran the Collier Prize competition from its inception. Our panelists are Allison Bethel, Chief Content Officer and Editor-in-Chief of State Affairs, a for-profit news organization focused on state legislatures across the country, now alive and kicking in 13 of the 15 states and growing. Allison is an award-winning journalist with more than 40 years' experience as a reporter, bureau chief, media executive, and nonprofit leader. She's worked in senior level positions at the Boston Globe, the Detroit News, Legal Times, and the Nassau Guardian in the Bahamas. Before joining State Affairs, she was vice president at Report for America, a nonprofit that places emerging journalists in newsrooms across the U.S. Chris Fitzsimon is CEO and publisher of States Newsroom, the nation's largest state-focused nonprofit news organization. Chris leads the organization's strategic direction and mission, steers fundraising efforts, defines editorial strategy, and works closely with the leadership team and board of directors to ensure long-term financial sustainability and operational effectiveness. From 2014 to 2017, Chris was the founder and original director of NC Policy Watch, North Carolina's leading online news and commentary outlet, where he led a team of journalists, hosted a weekly radio show, and wrote a syndicated column on North Carolina politics and government. And Karen Runlet. Karen is CEO and executive director of the Institute for Nonprofit News, or INN, which supports more than 500 independent 501c3 news organizations across the United States. Karen previously served as senior director at Knight Foundation, where she managed a more than $50 million portfolio of grants. And before that, she reported, produced, and managed projects for the Miami Herald, WNBC in New York, and Local 10 and WLRN in Miami. Ted, take it away.
Thanks very much, and I'm personally really excited about this panel because we're going to be talking about state government reporting, state accountability reporting, and one of the programs I run here at the University of Florida is Fresh Take Florida, and that is a journalism class for our undergraduates, and we send them to the Capitol every year in the spring to cover the legislature, to cover the governor's office, cover state courts, and do other types of accountability coverage. Each of our panelists here represent really exciting, innovative innovations happening in the news industry space, and this is where growth is occurring and where jobs are being filled, which is really important to us. So I'm going to ask them to take each about 5 minutes and tell us about their organizations, their history, their missions, and their audiences. Most of them have, as you heard from Rick, professional backgrounds coming from sort of traditional journalism organizations, but we'll start alphabetically. We'll start with Allison.
It's good to be an A. I am, as Rick mentioned, the editor-in-chief and chief content officer for State Affairs. We are just over 4 years old, founded in August of 2021 in the great state of Georgia. That was our first state. Now we're in 13 states, and we have reporters also in the District of Columbia. So we provide comprehensive, nonpartisan, I really stress that part because we work very hard on being nonpartisan in our coverage, and from the adverbs, adjectives we use, choice of headlines, etc. So we provide coverage of the State House, all branches, executive, legislative, judicial, and also cover state agencies like Department of Transportation, housing, etc. And we also provide legislative tools so people can track what they care most about via keyword searches. You know, if you care about foster care, you can put it on your mobile app. We have a mobile app. And news will come up from whatever state you're interested in, or all states. And so we do both, which is unique for us. What else can I tell you? Let me see if I can get this. Yeah. Our reporters cover the State House full-time, year-round, even if the legislative session in their state is only from January to March or April, because there's always something happening. The governor doesn't stop working after the legislature closes, and the Department of Education doesn't stop educating or whatever because the legislature is not meeting. And we are based in state houses. So we have space in almost all of our state houses. And in the cases where journalists are not allowed to have space in the state house, we're right across the lawn in a building, you know, in space. So our goal is to be in all 50 states. We do, we cover committee hearings, all of that, and we also do enterprise and some investigative work.
Chris?
Yep. Hi, I'm Chris Fitzsimon, the publisher and CEO of States Newsroom. We have been around roughly 8 years now. We have grown rather quickly. Our simple mission really is that I do honestly believe that state government is a level of government that affects all of our lives more than anybody realizes, and that's still covered the least. And that coverage for a long time was still shrinking. I think it's actually still shrinking as we speak. Even at this university, funding for universities, tuition policy, who's the chancellor, who's the president, or however it's set up, or the board of regents, and whatever the states are called. All those decisions, most of those decisions are made at the state level. Our water, our air, how we vote, when we vote, what kind of health care benefits are provided in Medicaid or not provided, all those things. We just saw it in the SNAP decision that the federal government makes. It's the state that determines what they're going to do. Are they going to fill in the gap? Are they going to try to decide who's not going to get, which food bank is not going to be funded? All those decisions are made in effect by people in Florida, in Tallahassee, and in every state capital in America. So that's sort of why we exist, is to try to explain that, make sure people understand what's actually happening on their behalf, and hopefully engaging with our audience and get them involved in those decisions. So just how we're structured. Let's see if it'll be coming up. There we go. Going the wrong way. Sorry about that. Directionally challenged. So in 2024, we achieved our goal, which when we started was to be in all 50 states. We have 39 outlets that we maintain. Each one of those has from 4 to 6 people who will live and work full-time in the state capitals. On the column on the left are 11 of our content partners, all of whom are INN members, and who do a great job. The Texas Tribune, Cal Matters, Vermont Digger, all those folks. So all that news is available in one place at newsfromthestates.com. All that news is fed live all day long, so you can see what's happening, and you can sort by state, you can sort by topic. We have a really robust Slack system in our place. All of our editors work together. The key really is to fundamentally figure out how we can get more information to more people about what's happening in their state government. This is an old slide, but I just put it up. A big, giant part of our model is, since we're a nonprofit, funded by philanthropy and individuals and readers, millions of readers, what our goal is to make that available to all the legacy papers, all the nonprofit papers who don't have the ability or the resources to go to the state capitol on their own. So this slide just shows a handful of states. Those dots represent places in the state where we're reprinted regularly. The larger the dot means it's a metropolitan area or a small area, and we're reprinted by more folks. So if you go to rural Iowa or rural any of these states and you read about state government in a local paper, a small town paper, odds are it's ours, because a lot of folks can't afford AP anymore, certainly can't afford to send somebody to the Capitol, and AP is not covering it quite as much as they used to. And the state of Washington, for example, used to have several AP reporters. They have a half-time person now who covers state government, and we have 4 people there every day, trying to fill the void the best we can to try to make sure that people know what's happening in state government. And just to give you an idea of the, sorry, I'm going down, right? Mm-hmm. And this is just an idea of just our audience. The last slide, a month at States Newsroom. So in an average month, our folks produce about 4,200 stories, about 150 a day. We're up to about 18,000 reprints. So every every month in State Newsroom, 15,000 of our stories, in addition to the traffic that we have, are printed in all those papers across the country. So when funders or anybody asks us, our audience, we really don't know, because we're in tiny papers like Old Wine, Iowa, but we're also in the into the Des Moines Register almost every day, because they don't have nearly as many folks as they used to covering state government. On a good month, we'll have about 17 million unique folks come to our site, so it's a pretty sizable audience. We've gotten to 20 million a couple times. It ebbs and flows. That's all of our sites combined around the country, just ours, not our partners. Our sites and our national site. And then we have about 28 to 30 million story views a month across our platform. And so that's a snapshot of what we're doing. But I think that for Maribel's speech, I think a couple of quick things I wanted to say. One is weird. We launched a national podcast a couple of weeks ago. We were talking to one consultant to try to help us understand how to shape it. And he said, have you thought about letting AI do the podcast? Which I thought was unusual, and I said no. And then he said, how about just creating an avatar of someone on your staff and have the avatar do the podcast? And I said, no, we're probably not going to go that direction. But it just goes to show you sort of the space that we're in. And then I want to tell you one quick story. The reason that I do this job and I get up every day when things get frustrating is I shut my door and actually read our sites thoroughly instead of just the scan that I have to do every day. Today there's a story in the Arizona Mirror about a Native American woman who was stopped for driving with an expired license. She's a Native American woman born in Phoenix. Somehow she appeared on ICE's list, and she was being detained for several days, was 2 hours away from being deported overseas to another country, even though she's a Native American person, literally born in Phoenix, Arizona, to a tribe. And our reporter, Gloria Gomez, the daughter of immigrants herself who covers immigration in Arizona, told that story amazingly. And it's those tiny snapshots every day about what's happening and keeping our state government accountable, but also what our federal government is doing and how the states react to it. We have a huge section on our national site called Federal Fallout. We never realized a year ago that we'd be spending so much time explaining to people in state capitals about what's happening in Washington and how it affects their universities, their neighbors, who might be immigrants, their environment, all the things, the cuts to NIH and higher education funding. And whenever you think of them, whether you support those or not, it's really dramatic, the change that's really happened. I think it's changed our mission in a little bit of just talking about state government. Now we try to explain to people in states what's happening to them because of what's happening in Washington.
Karen, tell us about the Institute for Nonprofit News and the news sort of environment that you support.
Oh,
It's counterintuitive.
oh dear. Sorry.
Let me do it.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. My name is Karen Runlett from INN. We are not an organization that publishes. We are a membership organization. So many newsrooms are a part of the Institute for Nonprofit News. It started out in 2009 with just 27 newsrooms. And today there are 500 plus across the country. They are not all newsrooms that produce state coverage. There are national organizations like a ProPublica. There are local organizations like Jacksonville Today or Coconut Grove Spotlight. Those are in Florida. We have some public media members, but we very much have strong State House reporting entities. Chris mentioned some of them before: Cal Matters, VT Digger, Bridge Michigan. So he mentioned some of those before. So really, we're on the side of the work where we're trying to make these stronger businesses. It takes money to do this reporting. It takes money to pay reporters to do this digging. It takes money to hire legal resources, and we're on that side. We have a conference every year where we're talking about how do we support this? What is the business model for this? How do we fundraise for this? We also have a rural news network. 90 members. Rural is definitely a news desert. Those reporters and those news outlets are really solving a problem for rural communities that are not getting information. Most news entities are in cities. And finally, we run a program called Newsmatch. And Newsmatch is where we train our newsrooms to have a conversation with community, to say, this school board reporting, it's essential. Please give us a donation. Be a part of our membership. So that's the function of INN, the Institute for Nonprofit News.
I'm going to ask our panel, how do media, either your clients, the staff you support, or your own organizations, build credibility among this increasingly skeptical and divided audience? And also, how do we build credibility among the state government leaders that we're covering to get them to engage with us? They're oftentimes reluctant to sit down with us for interviews. Sometimes we're slandered as enemies or untrustworthy, and unfortunately some of the recent public opinion polling shows that these criticisms are getting traction. So what are some particular strategies in sustaining the ideals of our democracy? How do we build credibility?
I think it's particularly hard when you cover politics, especially in today's climate and environment. But credibility really starts with relationships. And so we spend a lot of time, the reporters in the field, me, the editors, in building relationships with lawmakers and people who are key to a particular issue, and not just on one side, on both sides, be they liberal, conservative, or whatnot. We spend a lot of time also with the bees that make the hive run, so the legislative aides who know everything, and all the people in the State House. But the most important thing, and Maribel mentioned this, is showing people. So we make every effort to really talk about all sides of an issue. I had a reporter a couple of years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, who said it's the anniversary of Roe v. Wade, being dismantled, and we should write something because women are having to go to other states to seek abortions or to get medical treatment. And I said, okay, so are you then going to write the story about the people who are celebrating that Roe v. Wade has been overturned and who have worked for years for this? And there are millions of those people. And the reporter was like, oh, why would I do that? And so I said, you need to talk about both sides if you're doing an anniversary piece. And I think that our goal is for people to open up their mobile app or to go online and look at our newsletters or our coverage and say, I may not agree with this story necessarily, but they covered the whole spectrum and told both sides. I can't tell whether or not this publication or this reporter is on one side or the other. And I think that builds credibility, and being honest and transparent about things like when you use AI for a graphic or a meme or whatever, really letting readers know this is where we're coming from, this is our process, and this is the end result of it. News that's important to you and that is the news and not an opinion.
I would say a couple things. In our case, all of our state editors have long time experience with legacy papers and are really well known and trusted in their community. I would think of Iowa Capital Dispatch, where Kathy Obradovich runs our paper. She was the editorial page editor of the Des Moines Register for 25 years. People know her and they trust her. In Kansas, we have the managing editor of the Topeka newspaper, and people, they know them already, so they come with their credibility. And then all of our journalists live in the community that they cover, which is a really big deal, I think. I think sometimes there's it's easy. You could sit in Washington and just listen in to the legislative debate in Nebraska and write a story. But when you're in Nebraska and people know you're in Nebraska and they know you have the same issues in your community and your lives with your families, I think that goes a long way. I do think a lot of the polarization is spreading to state capitals, but I think it's still much worse in national media than it is in state and local media, because there is that relationship. They see them every day. We always say when we're attacked, and I will say another great litmus test for us is we get just as many mean emails or calls from Democrats as we do Republicans, because if a Democrat does something bizarre and we report about it, they think, why are you doing that? You're with the media. Well, that's because it's our job. And the Republican will say the same thing. So I think that's a lot of it. But we really do tell people to judge us by our journalism. I mean, not that it matters necessarily, but we have Pulitzer finalists that work for us. We have tons of Neiman Fellows. We partnership with the New York Times. We work with ProPublica often. There's a whole, the media ecosystem, I think, does still have and especially in state and local government, still have a modicum of respect. What I worry about is that that's eroding. And then we were talking at dinner yesterday. What I'm also worried about is that we used to have this societal understanding implicit that when you're going to a horrible shooting or a weather event or a crime or whatever it is, or even the legislature, that where the reporters are there to do their jobs and they're not part of it. And I think I'm a little worried that the extremism on both sides keeps rising to a pitch where reporters themselves are if not in danger, are certainly not afforded the respect and just as somebody doing their job as they used to be. And that's one of the things that keeps me up at night. Actually, we had a reporter covering the Portland, our amazing Oregon outlet, covering the ICE folks. There was a small demonstration outside of ICE, and she actually injected tear gas, which was inexplicably detonated there. But that's somebody's worst nightmare. The people that trust you as their employer to try to figure out how to keep them safe. So I do think all this is worrisome. But I would say that the credibility of local people in the local states, the cooperation from small local publishers that reprint our content, I think all that helps us in those places.
Karen?
I do want, I think I'd like to talk a little bit about standards. So in order to be an INN member, you have to apply. Everyone doesn't get in. Last year, the acceptance rate was 76%. In 2023, it was 48%. So what does that mean? First of all, you have to do enough civic reporting, investigative journalism, public service reporting. There is actually a task force that is looking at the applicants and saying, this is actually just a lot of news releases. They're actually doing like 10% of public service reporting, and so they're declined membership. They also have to be transparent around who's funding them. So you can look at the funders and say, this one is interested in this one is interested in that. And you also have to be independent, and you have to state clearly on your product what your values around independence are. So that's something very important. I do also want to say too, a lot of people don't realize this, but 501c3s under IRS guidelines, no public endorsements of candidates. Right. That's not a thing. That is a problem for a lot of readers, listeners, viewers. So public media never endorsed candidates. Our members do not endorse candidates. That's actually against IRS guidelines. I think that's very important to note. So those are the kinds of things that you could share with sources. Something that's going on the community side, frankly, is our members, some of the smaller ones in particular, the ones serving local communities, are doing these listening sessions, and they're, Fort Worth Report in Texas, for instance, they did 6 listening sessions, and they're gathering people from different geographic, racial, ethnic, political identities, and bringing them together and having a conversation about issues in the community and trying to listen and build trust. So it's very relational. There's a lot of relational work going on. I can talk about Benito Link in California, where they're, the cattle ranchers disagreed with everything with everybody else in the room, having those really difficult conversations and saying to the room, y'all don't agree. Let's figure this out. Let's at least level set on the same terms. Let's at least level set on the facts, and then we can have a real debate as opposed to misunderstanding each other. So there's a lot of that going on with INN newsrooms as well.
Can I just piggyback a little bit on what Karen said, because I think this is really important. Most people, most Americans have never met a journalist in person. And most people have no idea what we do. There are people who think we wake up in the morning and say, who can I lie on today? Or what, trouble can I get in today? And that's just absolutely not true. Media literacy is a big problem. And to your point, most people think not so much of local media, but national. And they judge all of us by what they see on mostly television. So listening sessions, we do some town hall meetings, and really getting out there and being a part of the community, living in the community, talking to people is really important because we have to take our profession back. We are not the enemy of the American people. And without us, democracy is done. So I think we have to, aside from even doing our job and holding up to standards, which are, number one, that we also have to, open up and let people know what we do, how we do it, and who we are.
And through organizations like Trusting News,
Yes.
there are efforts to explicitly include in some of our coverage explanations and descriptions about why we reported this story, why we report this way, how we operate. Journalism matters only when it's read, heard, or viewed. With the younger generation coming up, they're getting a lot of their news through social media, through TikTok, through Instagram. How do we break through the noise, the competition, and all of the distraction in our lives to win readers' attention?
Well, for our audience, they're a niche audience. They care a lot about politics, state politics in particular. And so we don't compete as much for social media. In fact, in a lot of our state houses, TikTok is not even allowed on, your cell phone, like if you're a legislator or an aide or whatnot, at least not to be used in the state house. For the general population, it's harder. It's harder. We've done things like TikToks that explain, break down a news story that we've written, and that doesn't dumb it down, but that gives you the highlights. We've had to really reevaluate how we present news to the audience because there's so much available. So rather than assume that every story is going to be a long, drawn-out story, we've had to shorten it and condense it into a little more than sort of a sound bite, and also build some of our news around a person, a brand, someone who's really, really trusted. So when you see that newsletter or that email pop up in your box, you say, oh, this is from Brian Howie in Indiana, who's been an institution in Indianapolis for decades. And so people want to see what he writes, or Vicki and Martin Hoover in Kansas, the same. But I think that the competition is hard, and it's hard to break through. So once you determine who your audience is and what they want, and you give that to them, it's a little bit easier.
They're the OG influencers.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, that is the question we all wrestle with all the time. I mean, I think I mentioned a lot of our audiences, we provide state news to a small paper who used to try to cover state news, and now they can cover the city council and the high school football game because they can use our state coverage for free, and it's high quality, and they trust it. So that's one area. And we certainly work hard on having engaging newsletters and using all those things. But we also are trying to be in all the social media spaces as much as we can. Some of our outlets do better than others. But that's a really good topic, I think, for today for the students here, is that people with skills in video, people with skills that older journalists don't have are really valuable, I think, in this age, and figure out a new creative way to tell stories. The old-fashioned answer here, which I still think is true, is we have to make the stories compelling. A state budget story seems really boring until you realize that it dramatically affects your family, or dramatically affects your tuition, or dramatically affects the river that flows through your town that might be polluted. Or those stories, all of those stories, Medicaid, all those things have dramatic impacts on our lives, and it's our responsibility to try to tell them in a way to make people understand whatever side of it that you're on, how it really affects you. I would say one quick word of caution here. My big worry a little bit is that when we all turn our news over to third-party platforms that we don't own, that news is then it's not ours anymore. So if you you can't just rely on social media companies to present your news the way you want it to be presented, because the algorithm could change. You don't know how it's going to be sorted. Facebook has changed. Now Meta has changed its algorithm about what it allows and what it doesn't allow, probably 20 times since I've been in this job. So you can't keep up with that. You just have to do the best job in journalism you can and try to have as much of your audience know about you from engagements in the community, from subscribing to newsletters, from reputation and all those things. We have to be in all those new spaces, but we also, I think, have to make sure that we don't spend the predominant amount of our resources on things beyond our control.
Right.
Karen, what are you recommending to the INN members? What are they experimenting with?
In terms of breaking through, I mean, I do very much go back to these in-person events and these gatherings that are happening. That's a big part of the work. There's certainly a lot of innovators. I'm going to point you to Civic Lex. I don't know if you've heard about them. And again, this is a local news organization. Their whole model is actually events. And it started in part because there was a reporter trying to explain something and saying, oh, well, what you do in order to access this program is you go here. And he got an earful at the supermarket from someone saying, you told me to do this and it didn't work. So they have like a robust events model all year. That is a big part of it. Chris just talked about owned audience. That's something that's a big part of our strategy, reach. Nonprofit newsrooms, for the most part, say, please republish this. We want it to reach your larger audience, but the algorithm is changing. Algorithms are in charge of the audience. So who's coming to your events? Who's reading your newsletters? What do your email lists look like? Who do you have direct conversations with if the algorithms aren't operating in your favor? I was told shortly before this, there are even some outlets that are saying, I'm going to do a Spanish language print edition of something to reach audience. So I think there's some creative ways. I can't say I have scaled solutions for everyone, but I think there are some successful experiments that we've seen.
I want to jump in. I forgot to tell you one. We got a call about 6 months ago from Nextdoor. I don't know if any of you are on Nextdoor. I check it occasionally. It's a bizarre place to be sometimes. And they, as a pilot program in Michigan, started running our Michigan outlet, and now not just us, but they have all these local publishers on Nextdoor, and I was worried it was going to turn into this crazy, mass of bizarre comments, but it's actually been really thoughtful. They'll run a story about what the governor of North Carolina said about, Hurricane Helene relief, and you'll see this very interesting discussion in the comments on Nextdoor of all places. I never would have thought that our news would be there, but you have to try all these unconventional things, I think, as long as you keep your fundamental core values and ethics and standards in place.
I think that's a great point too, Chris. I do want to add, we know that there are moments when people turn to news. We know that happened during the pandemic. First it was information, then it was hand sanitizer, then it was masks, then it was vaccine, but news and information was the first thing that we needed. This happens after a natural disaster. Okay, and then the investigative reporting comes a little bit later, but there is a breaking news moment where we have to do our best work, where we have to be delivering solutions, we have to be really useful and valuable in those moments. And then later, when policies and money starts moving, investigative reporters come in and examine that. But we have to be conscious of the times where the public is coming to us for help.
So pivot to the issue of sustainability. Allison, your organization is for-profit. Karen and Chris operate as nonprofits. So what does sustainability look like in the long term? What's the role for philanthropy, if any? Is there a risk of relying too much on that? How do you sustain yourselves?
Do you want to take that first?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, as a nonprofit, we rely on philanthropy and individuals, and philanthropy from bigger foundations, but also a lot of our money comes from regional and community foundations across the country. I do think that we have to make a decision, and I think it's growing as a society. Nobody questions that a philanthropic foundation in a community would say, we don't say to the opera or the ballet or even the hospital, we're going to give you money for a couple of years and you have to figure out how to sustain yourself. We say we want to support this because it's a common good or a societal good. So I think philanthropy is always going to have to play a significant role. Not just big foundations, but community foundations, individual giving funds that people have. So I think that's a big part of it. But fundamentally, the key is getting reader support. We get millions of dollars from readers because we're big and national. We have readers all over the country that are very generous. And we have fundraising drives, obviously very frequently, probably annoyingly frequently sometimes, especially this time of the year. I think so. It has to be a combination, I think, of individual giving, of local philanthropy is really maybe the sort of underappreciated formula, and then as many and national wealthy individuals on the national level. But it's a struggle, and frankly, I'm not panicked about what we do. And INN's doing amazing work, and State Affairs is doing amazing work. But the thing I'm most worried about is the towns that have 5,000 people, who's going to the city council meeting, because it's hard to get people. So that's where local communities really have to figure out a way, whether it's even a Facebook group or something. We were talking earlier, there's got to be a way. I think that's where the hardest part is, because there's not a lot of resources in some of those lower income communities, and those public officials and those support networks need just as much coverage as state government and national government.
Allison?
So yes, we are for-profit. We are subscription-based. We have some advertising. We do a lot of events too. And also advertising, individual donors who really care about the fact that there's been a 44% decline in State House reporters, and there are some state houses with no full-time reporter. So we believe that news should be paid for, and that there are people who are willing to pay for it. All of our stories are not behind a paywall. The vast majority are, but when it comes to election coverage, we view that as a public good, and so those stories are not behind a paywall, much like you wouldn't put news about a hurricane coming behind the paywall. So
Sometimes elections are like hurricanes.
Yeah, that's true. So we do have some stories that are not behind a paywall, but we have been very successful in raising the money that we need through subscriptions and having people pay, and some advertising.
You think we're turning the corner on comfort level among readers with the notion of a paywall or a subscription?
Yeah, I think that there are readers who are accustomed to paying for news, or becoming more accustomed to paying for news. How much they're willing to pay is debatable. And if how hard the paywall is, I think we see some pushback if the paywall is too hard. But there are people who understand that we have to pay in some way to have news. Reporters have to be paid, photographers, graphic artists, etc.
Karen, among your INN members, what does sustainability look like for them? What are the different business models?
Sure. So they definitely apply for grants, and they've reduced their reliance on grants over the years. That's certainly happened. They're small dollar donors, that's $1,000 and under. They're major donors, so that's $10,000 and over. So you can hear me, I'm talking about a lot of different kinds of philanthropy, whether you apply to a foundation for one, or whether you ask the community. But there are also sponsorships. Events are part of it. It is not necessarily a moneymaker for all of them. The larger you are, the more you can, the more tickets you can sell. So it's a little easier for the larger ones. Certainly, that's a part of it. And then also too, there are some of them that collectively fundraise. So, we were talking about breaking through. Some of them do collectively fundraise, and some of them also do collectively collaborate on reporting, and they'll say, these 6 organizations are working together on this climate reporting project, and that will break through because it's 6 organizations doing that. So that's basically the model. The one thing that we're looking at, which is new for INN, is public financing. So where are the dollars there? We've certainly seen success in states like California, where there is a fellowship program, where there's an independent body that will make some grants. That happened in New Jersey as well. So there are a few ideas there. I know that investigative reporters think, public funding. So we're trying to really make sure that that's done well to preserve independence.
One other quick thing, which I think is really interesting, and it's on the state end, but really on the national level, is all the former reporters from the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, or sometimes a state newspaper, who will go out on their own and have their own Substack. I think my wife loves economic theory, and we're about to go broke because she subscribes to so many Substacks. So, and in the old days, all those Substack people, some of them can write their opinion, but what they do now is, that what'll happen, I think, eventually is there's no way that can be sustainable if there's 20 million Substackers. So, the idea, of course, is that there'll be some place where you can aggregate those for maybe a smaller charge, and they're all in one place, and that sounds a little bit like a newspaper. So at some point, that I think is going to have to change too, because it's increasingly happening on the state level. A lot of states we're in, there'll be former folks who go on their own instead of work for us or work for State Affairs or work for an INN outlet or member. They'll write their own Substacks, and it's really engaging for a while, but there's only so much money in a community to support one individual on just one topic. And so I think that's another trend to watch sort of as the journalism world turns.
And the subscription models do seem to be maturing in terms of, just like we used to get network television for free, now we're paying for Peacock and Netflix and everything else. And so, we're becoming a little bit more familiar with the idea of having to pay for content. So much of our what we're talking about is state government and state accountability reporting. That's a nexus at a lot of what we're doing. Why is that emerging? Why is that so important? Why and how have the big players like AP, my former employer, Politico, and the major dailies in states left so many vacancies in the State House? What kind of opportunities does this present? Why is this important?
Oh my God, it's so such a big question. It's important. Chris said it at the top of the panel. Things that happen across the street from you in your own home happen because of what happens in the state, at the state level. Most cases that come before the Supreme Court started in state courts and work their way up. How much we pay for flood insurance, like how much Florida Power and Light can charge or not charge, fueling stations, all of that, foster care, start at the state level. And when you have no one there who's watching, it leaves open the possibility of corruption. Certainly, people's voices from the community are not represented or heard. So it is important for us to play that watchdog role. And when we do that, we not only inform the public, but we make lawmakers better at their job. We hold them accountable, and they can see what they're not doing or what they're doing and the impact that it has. It is a shame, and that's really too soft of a word, that the legacy publications pulled out of the State House or staff state houses with part-time people or one person. You can't at all cover the Georgia legislature, the second or third largest in the nation, part-time. You're missing too much when you do that. So I love that States Newsroom is there. It makes state affairs better in our coverage. And I just can't stress how important, especially now, because so much is trickling down from Washington and landing in the lap of the state. And the state is saying, whoa, so now I have to do this with immigration. Now I have to, so it's really a very important time for us to be covering elections, midterms coming, and what's happening in the State House and the state agencies.
Yeah, I think, I agree with all that. It is a fundamental, our whole democracy is based on people having information to make decisions about their lives, whether it's voting or whether it's where to live or how to run their lives, and we can't have a functioning democracy without the information we need to make those decisions. And as Allison was saying, I really do think that primarily is at the state level. It's obviously at the national level too and at the local level, but that's really important. This really came home for me, a slide we usually do when we do a presentation. Governor Burgum, now the Secretary of Interior, was a governor of North Dakota. His State of the State speech, the media availability a couple years ago when he was being considered as a vice presidential candidate or as a secretary, biggest thing that happened in North Dakota in quite a while. So he had a media availability after State of the State speech. There were 2 reporters there. One was our reporter interviewing him, and the other one was our photographer reporter taking a picture of our reporter interviewing him. And it's the most stark thing to see him in the North Dakota Capitol standing there with just one person, and he had all these things he wanted to say, good and bad, and whether you agree with them or not. It was really a startling moment. Our editor there used to be at the Bismarck Tribune, and she left to come work for us because they stopped covering the capital of their own state, really. And so I'm sure it was an economic decision, but it really is a decision that has ramifications for all of us. And every time we talk to our whole staff, I used to say when we started, we had an opportunity to do this and supplement all this great work and add new stories and do all these things. And now I feel like we have an obligation to do it, not an opportunity, because some of these places really are really news deserts, even in the state capitol where all this news is being made. And finally, I think there's 2 things that have to happen. We need investigative reporting more than ever, but we also need daily reporting more than ever, and that's what leads to investigative reporting. I mean, if there's a corrupt housing person in a city stealing all the money, and that's going on for 6 months or a year, it's great that somebody goes and does an investigative report and shows that. But if somebody was at those meetings every day, and we don't do that, we don't do local government, somebody needs to be there while that stuff is happening and reporting it so it doesn't happen. It just, reporting isn't just uncovering things, it's keeping people up to date about while things are happening and preventing a lot of the things that we see that are happening.
Karen, what happens when political coverage lapses with either local or state government? I mean, what are the consequences for our citizenry, our democracy?
So what's left right now when there's less local reporting and less state reporting? I mean, we're obviously talking about the work that we're doing that is good and that exists, but you're informed nationally and you're living locally. We're all living locally, okay? So we're driving on local roads, sending kids to local schools. We're making decisions at the ballot box about local races, okay? And money is being determined at the local level, at the state level. And we know that there have been federal decisions that have forced the state governments to design different budgets and local governments to design different budgets. So look, the research shows that we're angrier at each other, we're more polarized, we don't agree on the same set of facts, and that voter turnout is lower. That's what the research shows. And you all know it. You all know that you're like more agitated because you're getting more national news coming at you. You're not getting as much information about the state. You're not getting as much information about local. And you also know that you might say something digitally that's a little spicier, but when you see somebody in person, you're a little bit more genteel. So that's happening too. So I think that we're not as cohesive. The research shows that voter turnout is lower, we're less informed, and we're being informed nationally, so we're more polarized.
So here at the University of Florida, I see a number of my students in the audience. So I'm going to ask you about jobs and employment for the future generation of journalists. What do we tell aspiring journalists about the qualities, the skills, the experiences that you look for that will make them especially marketable? What should they be aspiring to be successful professional journalists in just a few years?
Well, I think that we definitely want people, and Maribel said this, and I think all journalists say this first, who are curious. That's like really important. And who are curious enough to really seek out not the surface information of a story, but to dig deep and really talk to a lot of people. And that's important, being able to talk to people. COVID was horrible for many, many reasons, obviously. But one of the things is that journalists who are young and started their career during COVID, some of them have a harder time actually just walking up to strangers and talking to people in person, not just calling from your room in your apartment, but actually going out and walking up to strangers and talking to them and finding out information. So we've seen that, but that is such a really important part of the job. And it's really important in State House coverage because the people you have to walk up to think that they are like the king or the queen because they're like, Representative so-and-so from District 10, and so it can be a little intimidating. But they're regular people elected by regular people to serve those regular people. And so they owe it to talk about what they're doing for the people in their district. So curiosity, being able to actually get out of your house or wherever you're working and be present and talk to people who you don't know who might be intimidating. And of course, we think it's really important, and I think my colleagues will agree, that people understand the importance of nonpartisan reporting. And when you cover politics, you can't do advocacy journalism because you can't. And your readers will see it, and then you'll be marked as either a publication that's like liberal or conservative or not telling the entire story about a specific bill or issue.
I would say I still think it's one of the best jobs you can have. I think sometimes it doesn't pay as much. Sometimes you can make a decent living. Most of our newsrooms have 4 to 5 people. They all have a veteran editor. They all have a senior reporter, and then a mid-career reporter, and then there's usually one younger reporter position, generally not entry level, but occasionally there have been exceptions to that depending on intern experience or fellowships or whatever. So there's a lot of opportunities that we have that come open, obviously. My advice would be to learn the fundamentals of journalism, which I'm sure you're doing. Writing is the most important thing by 100 miles. But all the soft skills, interacting with people, curiosity, persistence, relentlessness. The best journalists never really stop. Everything you see, you take in, helps you form what you have to ask about or what you think about, and try to put yourself in the position of the people that you interview. Center people in stories. A story really doesn't mean anything if it doesn't affect anybody, and they all affect people. Sometimes it might not be quite as obvious at the beginning about how a subcommittee vote might affect somebody, but I promise you that it does in some ways, and the issue and the topic that they're considering does. And now I think make sure that you gain all the skills in these new areas, whether it's video, whether it's social media. All those things will be increasingly valuable as you move forward, and there are tons of newsrooms that are staffed by people who don't have a good handle and a good clue on how to do those things. But it fundamentally starts on, are you relentless, are you curious? And I think I'm old enough to want also to be competitive. We do a lot of collaborations, but I still get really excited when we break stories. You want to be the first. There's an urgency, there's a passion about it. That's why I think a lot of people go into journalism, and I think that is still there even in this new era. So I wouldn't want to lose that either.
And if you want to cover politics, before you apply for a job, especially for local politics or state politics or even national, you have to know how the government works.
Right.
Like what is a state legislature? Do they have two, especially in your state, because it's not the same in every state. Do you have a House? Do you have a Senate? What does the Speaker of the House do? So you have to know that. If you cover sports, you have to know what a quarterback does. You can't apply for the job and then not know sort of the basics. So that's really important because it's not something that you can take the time necessarily to learn. It's so rapid and so many decisions and bills are being introduced. So just knowing the fundamentals of how our government works at the state level is very important.
And it is increasingly a technical job because you've
Yeah.
got data journalism, you've now got proficiency with AI, public records laws, defamation law, things like that.
The budget, the state
Right,
budget,
right.
and being able to decipher that is
Karen, what do you think makes a good journalist? What qualities and skills would you encourage a young emerging journalist to adopt?
I think what I would say is we know that AI is going to disrupt every sector, and technology has accelerated so many different trends. I think all of you going into this field have to be lifelong learners. So when I was in college, I thought, okay, this is one of the last opportunities. Our staff, we're still doing continuing education. We're learning about the new forces that are at play. We're learning more about data. We're learning more about budgets. We're learning more about artificial intelligence. So I want you to know that this is not your last stop. And I don't mean maybe you'll get a master's, and it's not that. Professionals are learning all the time. Technology is changing the way information moves, and you will be lifelong learners. And if you sort of know that, I think that you will have a productive career where you're able to pivot and where you can be flexible and where you can see the trends coming. So I just remind you of that. And frankly, I think that applies to every sector.
Well, thank you so much to our panelists. Good luck to you all. Good luck to all of us. And thanks for your attention.
So thanks, Ted, Allison, Chris, and Karen. If you have questions for this crew, remember that they will be at lunch and available. I have one little piece of advice for the young journalists out there. One of the questions was, what advice do you have in relating to people or in covering local government? And I've always reminded our young reporters that the people you're covering in government, there are the same people you knew in high school that were in student government. They're just older. They're not any smarter, and their motives aren't that different. So don't be intimidated by the people you're covering. Okay, our next session is moderated by Janet Coates, Managing Director of the Consortium on Trust in Media and Technology here at the University of Florida. Janet has had an illustrious career running newsrooms as well as in academia. She's been a top editor in newsrooms from Kansas to Florida, served as Dean of Faculty at the Poynter Institute, Executive Director for Innovation and Strategy at the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communications at Arizona State University. She's joined today by two reporters who helped lead their reporting teams through very different and groundbreaking investigations that were honored with awards in the 2025 Collier Prize competition. Grace Hawk is an investigative reporter with the Illinois Answer Project State Investigations Team. She previously worked for USA Today in Chicago in various roles, including breaking news, enterprise, and criminal justice reporting. She led the reporting team on Strap Down, Restraint Chairs in Illinois' Jails, a project that exposed overuse, misuse, and abuse of restraint chairs in county jails across Illinois. Mike Hixenbaugh is a senior investigative reporter for NBC News. Mike has won numerous national honors for his reporting at NBC News, including the George R. Polk Award, an Edward R. Murrow Award, and a Peabody Award. He began his reporting career at newspapers in Ohio, North Carolina, Virginia, and Texas. He was a lead reporter in Dealing the Dead, a year-long NBC News investigation into the body brokering industry, which took second place in the 2025 Collier Prize competition. In this session, they'll share what it took to document and tell those important stories. Janet?
Thank you, Rick. We're just going to hop right to here with Grace is going to talk to us about her story and how she did it, how the team did it, and what the result was. So, Grace?
Sure. So I will start by just saying, again, I'm an investigative reporter with the Illinois Answers Project. We're a nonprofit newsroom in Illinois. We're actually a member of the Institute for Nonprofit News. And we worked on this project with a ton of people at Illinois Answers as well. As well as with Shaw Media, staff of Illinois Answers, interns. So I'm on stage today, but there were a ton of people who worked on this project. I have never done a project quite like this before. I've also never presented at something like this, so I just want to say open to feedback. I'm going to walk you through what we did and how we did it, but I'm sure there was probably a better and more efficient way to do it. So if anyone wants to offer some thoughts or comments at the end. So we investigated the use of restraint chairs in Illinois county jails, and that started with the Illinois Answers Project's state initiative that we launched a little over 2 years ago. Dean Brown earlier was mentioning the DIL report that comes out every year, and last year that report found that over the past 20 years, Illinois had seen an 86% decline in the number of working journalists, and that was the highest rate of decline of any state, and we felt that pretty acutely in Illinois, and so in response, we've been trying to fill some of those gaps in watchdog reporting across the state, statewide investigations, but also hyper-local investigations, often in partnership with the outlets that remain, the small number of existing outlets still across Illinois. And so when I came on, I partnered with Shaw Media. They have the Northwest Herald. Amanda Marazzo is based there, and she introduced me to this man named Vernon Brooks, and this is Vernon with his wife, Mary. Vernon had come to them saying, hey, I was, through this really unfortunate series of events, arrested and brought to the county jail and strapped down in a restraint chair, which was a really traumatic experience for him. We go into the details of Vernon's story in our first piece in the series, but to kind of summarize it really briefly for you all, his father is a Chicago police officer. He's a Navy veteran. He had a criminal damage to property charge that he had done 10 or 15 hours of community service for, and he'd done that at a local church. He'd completed all his paperwork, sent the paperwork to the pastor. The pastor forgot to submit that paperwork, and so a warrant went out for his arrest, and later, when Vernon was arrested, he was out with his wife, Mary, at the time. He was terrified and shocked because he thought he had done everything right. He did his community service, so he thought he was being arrested for no reason, and he believed he was being targeted and arrested because he's black. So when he was brought to McHenry County Jail, he was freaking out, he was not complying, and so staff there strapped him down in what is known as a restraint chair. These are, according to manufacturer guidelines, state policies, national standards, only supposed to be used in emergency situations as a last resort to restrain someone if they're a danger to themselves, others, or property. But you have groups like the United Nations Committee Against Torture and Amnesty International, who for decades have said these should not be used as a method of restraining people in custody because they're prone to misuse and abuse. So what we did is Amanda and I initially interviewed Vernon about what happened. Vernon was strapped down for about 3.5 hours. He said the restraints cut off his circulation, that he suffered PTSD from this incident. He was terrified, he didn't know what was happening, and he also has lasting nerve damage from this incident. So our partner paper wanted to know, well, how often does this happen across the state, and how long are people actually restrained for? Like, how do we put this in context? So that's what we decided we would do, is to figure that out. So my coworker, Casey Toner, knew that these reports of extraordinary or unusual occurrences existed in Illinois. When any number of events happen inside an Illinois jail, the jail's supposed to fill this out and send this to the standards unit for jails in Illinois, and that actually exists within the Department of Corrections. Like many states, our prison system oversees our jail system, which is a little crazy. And so Casey said, hey, there's this restraints used box on this report. That could be a way maybe to quickly quantify how often restraints are used, how often restraint chairs are used. And so Casey had been collecting a bunch of these over several years for a different purpose, but we thought, hey, if we run it through Google Pinpoint, which maybe some of you have used here, It's a tool that allows you to essentially take a standardized form and spit that out into a spreadsheet, something more easily workable. We thought, let's try that and see if we can just quickly use that system to give us a sense of how often people are being restrained. But when we did that, we ran into a few problems. The output from Google Pinpoint was really messy, and a lot of these documents in Illinois County jails are handwritten. Pinpoint was struggling to pick up on that handwriting, and we quickly realized that a lot of jails were missing from this data set, suggesting that either they weren't restraining people in chairs or they weren't reporting it at all. And so we knew if we went with this route, we'd have to clean it up a lot, and we'd only be really getting a subset of the total picture. So we thought, okay, well, let's just do the big version, which is to go to every single county in the state and request the records from them directly. In Illinois, we have 102 counties, 92 county jails. So we requested records over this 5-year period, 2019 to 2023, because I started this story in 2024. We obtained tens of thousands of pages of reports. And so we're talking about a lot of different types of records. So it's incident reports, but also logs, policies, individual county guidelines on the use of restraint chairs, some lawsuit settlement information. We sued one county, and we're actually still in the process of the lawsuit with another county, even a year and a half later. I don't know if Dave will approve of this, but this is my FOIA tracker for public records. Thought I would share it just for the students in the room in case that is helpful. This is how I was tracking the hundreds of FOIA requests, the counties by year, and then also had tabs for the problem counties, follow-ups, and eventual no surprises letters that we sent to them. So I think we're missing a slide. But essentially what we did is we built a database in Google Sheets. It was kind of like my poor man's version of how do we put this together and build this, and we tracked various trends. So the prior slide had shown just the name of the county, the incident date, and then also we were looking at, when were they put in the chair, when were they taken out of the chair, and how long were they in there, and then we could create buckets of duration, essentially. We interviewed dozens of people for this. I think we're maybe missing one other slide too, but there was a slide in here somewhere showing just the records and the handwriting on them. A lot of these records, every county has a different format. Some it's just a lined piece of paper with handwriting. So we had to do a lot of go back and forth with the counties to be hey, I think this is what this says. Is this what this says? Some people would enter time in different ways. So someone might write in 7 o'clock, but some people use military time, some didn't. So it might look like someone was restrained in a chair for 24 hours, but actually it was only 4 or whatever it might be. And so there was a lot of back and forth, especially when it came to the handwriting. So these are some of the folks that we interviewed who had been strapped down to chairs, and as I'll mention in a minute, a lot of these folks were dealing with mental illness or were overdosing at the time. This is Ashley, Bryce, and Samantha. And what we ultimately found is that over this 5-year time period in Illinois, almost every day, someone somewhere in the state was strapped down to a restraint chair, which is kind of crazy to think about because this is a device that, again, the UN said should not be used at all. And so we're able to find 5,500 incidents. We found that jails consistently violated their own policies, state standards, and manufacturer guidelines. We found that there were incidents where people were physically injured and traumatized by these restraints. 4 minors were restrained. Some people were restrained repeatedly. Some people were restrained for days on end, up to 7 days in a restraint chair. And one man, was put in a chair 40 times. Typically what was happening is staff in county jails, they're typically understaffed, and what we know is happening in this country, and especially in Illinois, is we've shut down most of our psychiatric facilities, so jails and prisons have become de facto mental health hospitals, and so you're getting a lot of people with severe mental illnesses who are being arrested, brought in. Staff typically don't have the training or just the manpower to deal with all these folks. There's often limited nurses or doctors on call, let alone on staff. And so staff were using the restraint chairs to deal with people if they didn't have enough people to watch someone, or we had a number of incidents where someone was strapped into a chair on a Friday night and the nurse doesn't come back until Monday morning, so they were just in a restraint chair all weekend. hundreds of cases, there was also the use of a taser or some other use of force in that process. One county, Coles County, which we did a story on, strapped people down and then put on a stun cuff, which shocked people. And if someone was in a restraint chair and they tried to get out or they were screaming, the county would then remotely from the control room shock them while they were in that restraint chair. Half of those incidents were never reported in those extraordinary and unusual occurrences forms that I showed you originally. So if we had gone with that route, we only would have captured half of the total picture. So we were able to show that gap in underreporting, and also, even when those forms do go to that state standards unit, it's not clear that they do anything with them. I hope that they read them, but they certainly don't make any data out of them, which other states do. Here's an example of just how we were able to bucket those durations. One of the leading manufacturers of that chair that I showed you originally, they put a 10-hour cap on how long someone can be restrained based on their own research, what's safe. There's a lot of concerns about suffocation, pulmonary embolisms, like blood clots. People will die if they're restrained for too long. And so we found at least 70 incidents where people were restrained for over 10 hours. Here are just some of the stories we did. I think we did maybe like 11 in total. You'll see the one about Coles County, Samantha again here in Madison County, which is right outside St. Louis on the Illinois side. They were notable because they had the most extremely long incidents. Champaign County, that was difficult getting records from them because they had printed out hard copies, brought them to like the basement of an annex facility. So it took months to even get those records from them, and they had not been reporting any of them to the state. And so after our story, they started reporting. And what's shocking, in Cook County, the jail in Chicago, the jail that has been historically one of the largest in the country and was at one time the largest mental health facility in our country, had almost 900 incidents over this 5-year period and didn't report any of them to the state. We built a bunch of interactive tools, allowing people to see what's happening in their county, looking at their county's policy. And we also made a zine. This was my coworker Meredith Newman's idea. She had gone to an IRE or an ICAR and had seen an outlet in Arizona, made a really cool zine. So we made several versions of these. We had hard copies with staples that we would give to the general public. We made those in English and in Spanish. And then we made really thin, soft copies without staples that we were able to send to people in jails and prisons who we know had been restrained in a chair. Because the main concern for us is we've done all this reporting, that the people who probably need it the most probably don't have access to it. And so we sent that directly to hundreds of people, also included information about how would you FOIA for your own records, like how would you even get the incident reports and the logs. And then we did 3 solution stories, which we're now calling investigating responses because we're not actually proposing solutions, we're just investigating how have other places around the country responded to the same problem. We highlighted California, Iowa, and Pennsylvania, showing how they approach things like transparency, accountability, data collection differently, how they've made changes to state regulations. And in Allegheny County, actually in Pennsylvania, they have so much public data and they had so much education around this issue that they put a ballot, had a ballot measure that passed to ban the use of restraint chairs in Allegheny County Jail, and we were then able to assess how did that happen, and also what happens when you do ban the use of restraint chairs in a large county jail that is probably comparable to something that we see in Illinois. So the impact, we had counties that were updating their policies, have started reporting to the state now for lawmakers speaking out about this issue. Now every year when IDOC, Department of Corrections inspectors are inspecting jails, if they're not actually reporting those extraordinary and unusual occurrences, they'll cite them for that now. For years, they were not reporting and the Department of Corrections wouldn't cite them at all. At least one person who was restrained who filed a federal civil rights complaint has cited our data in his lawsuit. We've spurred conversations among different disability rights organizations. There are also a lot of individual level impacts that are hard to capture in a presentation like this, but one that comes to mind is this woman, Ashley, who I showed you her photo earlier. She, since we did this story, has gone back to school and was in a writing class and wrote an essay about her experience being restrained in a chair and what she thinks should happen in the state to prevent that from happening again. And I get ongoing calls from lawyers, sources, people around the country who are also trying to seek information about restraint chairs. And ultimately, after we published our first story, it took about 9 months to do that, I got a call from Matt Fleener, who's an investigative reporter at KMBC TV in Kansas City. And he said, hey, you know, I've been thinking about the use of restraint chairs ever since I covered the death of someone in one of those years ago. We want to do something similar. So we just shared notes with Matt. They ended up replicating our investigation in Kansas and Missouri. But because we have very different public records laws, we were able to get much more information than they were, and we were able to do it very cheaply, whereas they were cited hundreds of thousands of dollars to be able to replicate the same thing in Kansas and Missouri. But they put together an amazing documentary. I got to speak in that, and that has spurred a ton of changes in Kansas and Missouri as a result. Some quick tips and lessons before I pass it to Mike, especially for the students in the room. For journalists, this might be obvious, but this was some helpful lessons learned for me that I just wanted to share. That if a document exists within more than one agency, request it from all agencies possible, because they may include different numbers of pages that you didn't know existed, or they might redact certain things. Like, we commonly would get different redactions from the counties than we would from the state, and sometimes that was essential because we would get a first name that ended up allowing us to actually track that person down and talk with them. Keep a very organized and updated FOIA tracker or public records tracker, and a reporting diary, because, you know, if you're working on something for 9 months and you're like, oh, who did I call in January and what exactly did they say? You think you're gonna remember, but you will not. So you have to write it down. Keep a really organized data dictionary and data diary, especially because we were building this database manually, and so when it came to fact-checking, that was a huge endeavor that involved a lot of people, and if I had more, I think, accurately tracked every single adjustment I made to that spreadsheet, it would have been a lot easier and faster. And if you're coding something, that's going to be fine. I'm sure all your changes and updates will be captioned in code, but I'm not that advanced, so this would have been really helpful. As soon as your records come in, check all pages, especially if it's like a 100-page document. I had a couple where I quickly would scan the first few. I was like, okay, great, I'll read this in a week. By the time I actually did, I realized there were a few blurry pages in there, and then you have to go back to the FOIA officer, and it becomes this whole protracted conversation, whereas if I had just checked it immediately and had that officer's attention, I would have gotten the results much faster. And then request video and photo as soon as possible. If you're going to sue as soon as possible. Like I said, like, it's been a year and a half, and we're still ongoing with this one county. And then always send that final no surprises letter. When I sent those to all the counties with, you know, here are our findings, your final chance to comment on this, there was one county that said, hey, there's absolutely no way we used a restraint chair that many times. Let me go back to my folks, give you a more accurate response. They went back and they said, wow, actually, yeah, we did use it that many times. I had no idea. But it's always helpful to do that, just in case, God forbid, you've gotten something wrong, you can get called out on it before you publish. Mike?
Grace, that is an incredible work of journalism, and on behalf of vulnerable people in your state, so congratulations and thank you for doing that. I'm Mike Hickson-Baugh. Yes. Great. As Rick mentioned, I'm a national reporter with NBC News. My background is in print journalism. I worked at newspapers, and I work for NBC News Digital, which means my main job is still writing, but I work at a broadcast company, so I do have some videos in my presentation. My colleagues and I at NBC News last year published an investigation called Dealing the Dead that uncovered how a Texas medical school was acquiring the bodies of unclaimed dead people. So these are largely homeless individuals who are estranged from family, maybe they suffer from mental health issues. Their bodies go unclaimed. And in these two Texas counties, a large medical school was receiving them and then using them not only to train medical students, but then leasing out and selling excess bodies to med tech companies, making tens of thousands of dollars. And so I'm gonna talk through what led us to this investigation, how we did it, and then give an idea for how literally any newsroom in the country could do a version of this story to help bring some closure to families. And so this story began. My colleague John Shupe had been doing some reporting in Mississippi where he had found a family was desperately searching for their missing, a mom actually was desperately searching for her missing son, a guy named Dexter Wade. And John discovered that Dexter Wade had been hit by a police cruiser while crossing the street, and that the county coroner, apparently without making any attempt to find his family, declared him unclaimed and buried him in a pauper's grave. And so that reporting, first of all, got a lot of attention nationally, but raised a question for us, which was, is that happening to other people? So John obtained the list of unclaimed bodies buried at that cemetery in Jackson, Mississippi. And he and I joined him at this point. We started going through the list and quickly discovered that there were others on the list. There was one individual, there was a family actively searching for him at the county over. They'd filed missing person report with the sheriff. So there's people actively searching in law enforcement. In one county, the county over, his body was declared unclaimed and buried without any kind of marker in an open field. And so we did that reporting, and this is how journalism works. Often one question leads to another. And so my question was, well, if that's happening in Jackson, Mississippi, how are other counties across the country working to notify families when they receive a body and there's not immediately someone to claim it? What we discovered was every year across America, tens of thousands of people die alone and are deemed unclaimed by county governments. And there's a wide range in terms of what county governments across the country do to find next of kin. And just to put it in context, when someone is in this situation, often they are someone who's struggling with homelessness, addiction, mental health struggles that lead to family estrangement. But when you talk to people who've gone through this, estrangement doesn't mean indifference. There are families who often are just, if they had known, they would have had a funeral. They would have claimed the remains. And what we discovered in that initial reporting was that when you publish the names of unclaimed individuals, unclaimed bodies, some percentage of families will see that name online through a Google search and discover that their loved one is dead and claim them. And when you don't publish those names, then people who have family who are looking for them are left in the dark. And so while we were reporting that, there's different types of outcomes for when this happens. Unclaimed bodies get put into a pauper field, or sometimes they're just cremated and scattered at sea. A colleague of mine, Susan Carroll, who unfortunately passed away before we could finish this reporting, discovered a research paper out of Texas that seemed really interesting in this context. It said that unclaimed bodies in the state of Texas increasingly were being used for medical research. And so we thought, wait, is it possible that people's bodies are being used for research while their families are actively searching for them? We dug into that and soon discovered that this big increase in the number of unclaimed bodies being used for research in Texas was being driven by a single medical school, the University of North Texas Health Science Center. And again, at the beginning of this, our hypothesis was, well, if these individuals are being used in this way, it's a good chance that there are family members who don't know this, who don't know that their loved one is dead and that they have been used for research. And so to report this story, we filed many records requests to the medical school, which is a state institution, to the county governments that had struck a deal with the medical school. Tarrant and Dallas counties had struck this deal. Rather than having the counties pay the expense of cremating or burying unclaimed individuals, they could just give it to the medical school and save millions of dollars. The medical school gets bodies that they need for research. So we filed medical or FOIA requests to the counties and to a state agency that oversees the handling of bodies used for research. Every state has different ways of handling this. In Texas, there was a group called the State Anatomical Board, and then later the Texas State Funeral Commission that is supposed to track when a body is used for research. And often, this industry called the body brokering business. I had no idea, but it's a multi-billion-dollar industry in America. Body parts are needed to train doctors to develop devices. And so this university was taking these unclaimed homeless individuals, in many cases, cutting up their bodies and shipping different parts to different parts of the country. And while we were reporting that, we partnered with, again, NBC News. We worked with the folks at NBC Nightly News to put this in front of a national broadcast audience in addition to our written story. I'm going to show you a quick clip from that.
Dr. Carl Honey was a U.S. military veteran who served in the Army for nearly a decade.
He was very friendly, he was outgoing, a nice dresser.
After being honorably discharged, he began struggling with mental illness and homelessness. Then in 2022, he died of an apparent heart attack while living alone on the streets of Dallas. Honey was entitled to a burial with military honors, but instead, something else happened.
I think they think, homeless black man, he ain't got no family, they don't care about him. You were wrong about this one.
An NBC News investigation has found that Honey was among more than 2,300 people who died in the Dallas-Fort Worth region and were given to a state medical school that used and made money off their body parts, at times as their own families searched for them. For Honey, within a month of his death, the Dallas Medical Examiner's Office deemed him unclaimed, reporting phones for family members they tried were disconnected. And yet, he did have relatives, some living right there in Dallas. His ex-wife, Kimberly, and their 2 adult children say they had even visited Honey in a hospital months prior to his death.
To hear that your ex-husband has been deemed an unclaimed person, what's your reaction to that?
That's crazy. We're here. We've always been here. His son has his same name. How could he be unclaimed?
This is where Victor Honey's body was then taken, the University of North Texas Health Science Center, where, according to government documents, his body was then frozen, cut into pieces, and sent out to different medical groups across the country, all without his prior consent or his family's knowledge.
Those documents show Honey's severed right leg sent to a Swedish medical device maker for $341. His torso shipped to a medical education company in Pittsburgh, which paid $900. And for $210, a pair of bones from his skull went to the U.S. Army for military medical training.
Great. So before we published that story, there was quite a bit of impact. For months, the medical school and the counties defended what they were doing. They said this was a great bargain for taxpayers. We don't have to pay to bury these bodies, and we're training our future doctors. I think Grace mentioned this idea of a no surprises letter. So before we publish a major investigation, we send pretty much a detailed list, and it is what it sounds like. We don't want anyone to be surprised by what we publish. There's an ethical reason for that, but also a practical reason. We want to know if we got something wrong. And so we sent a very detailed list of our findings. And again, after months of the medical school staff saying, this is a great thing, you've got this wrong, right before we were ready to publish, the university announced that they were suspending the World Body Program, firing everybody who led it, and launching internal investigation to how this was allowed to happen, which was very rewarding, especially for the families who we spoke to. I mentioned that part of what we did was gathering records, and so some of the core records we got was a list of the unclaimed bodies. We requested that list from the medical school, from all of the counties, and also from that state agency I mentioned. And then we were able to combine those spreadsheets to kind of paint a complete picture of what bodies were used, how they were, in that case, cut up and leased out or sold. But after we published it, we realized we just highlighted a handful of cases where the way we found the Honey family was we got a list of names. We just started calling, doing searches online to find family members and calling them. We were doing what the county should have done, which is reaching family members and notifying them that their loved one was dead in some cases, and then that this is what had happened to them. We did that in a number of cases. We realized if we just published the list of names, then it might bring closure to a lot more families. And so we did that. We published a list of 1,800 names where we knew that family hadn't been reached, and very quickly started hearing from people who were writing emails saying, I'll show you one right now. I did not know my brother was dead.
We're home, settled in, and we turned the news on.
For Tim Leggett, it was the most unexpected way to find out his brother Dale had died.
We like to get here in time to see Lester, and the story comes on. about dealing the dead.
It is a disturbing story out of Texas.
It was our investigation into a local medical school, the University of North Texas Health Science Center, and how it made millions in part by taking in unclaimed bodies from Dallas and Tarrant counties and then leasing out those body parts, often without consent, for medical training and research, at times as their own loved ones search for them.
And I'm thinking, okay, well, that's interesting. I feel very sorry for those people. And then they said, if you want to see more about the story or look at the list of names, go to our website.
And so Tim did, both out of a curiosity and a nagging feeling about his brother.
Thinking, well, it has been a little while since I've seen Dale, and I know he lives by himself. I know he's very, very much a loner.
To his shock, there among some 1,800 names of unclaimed bodies given to the center and published by NBC News was Denzel Leggett, Dale.
So I had a moment, a long moment of crying and tears because that's how I found out about my brother's death.
Right.
So I'm dealing with it.
We ended up hearing, I don't know when that story was published, probably from a dozen people, maybe 20. I get emails from this because of this list a couple times a month, and this has been more than a year now. And it shows that when you release the names of unclaimed dead people, that you will, if you fail to reach family, then the family might find you and get closure. And so that's what I want to talk about briefly, is how any newsroom, student newsroom, can do a version of this, and it's not that difficult. There's a federal system called NamUs that county coroners and police upload unclaimed bodies, unidentified bodies, and missing persons onto these three data sets. And the data sets are supposed to speak to each other so that if you have a missing person report in one state or county and you have an unclaimed body in another county, you'll get a hit that says, oh, this missing person's actually over here in Jackson, Mississippi. What we found was, just like these two counties, Dallas and Tarrant counties, many large and medium-sized and especially small counties don't post names of unclaimed bodies. They do their initial checks to call family, maybe, if they do that, and then that's the end of it. And so you can do this. If you check NamUs and see if your jurisdiction or counties in your area aren't regularly posting names of unclaimed individuals to NamUs, then you can do it. You can request that from the county coroner in your state. Most states it's public, and you can publish the names. You can even go through the list of names and check it yourself against missing person reports and maybe solve some cases. Report those stories, publish the names, and it will lead to closure for families. There's actually I know this is true at the local level because there's a newspaper reporter at the Bucks County Courier-Times who for years, long before we did this project, has been doing exactly that. She figured this out and has been publishing her own list of unclaimed bodies in her region outside of Philadelphia, and has brought closure to dozens of families. And so this is like the heart of, I think, public service journalism. If you can step in where the government has chosen not to, and help families learn what happened to their loved ones. And I'm happy to chat with anyone afterward if you want some ideas about how you can do that. And so here's my contact info. I'm happy to answer any questions and talk through that. I wanted to say at the top, and I forgot to, I want to say thank you to the University of Florida and the Collier family for doing this. These types of prizes, we always say this, we don't do this journalism for awards. Clearly, those stories are much more important than accolades, but it does help. Doing these projects are stressful. The reporting, you're making people angry sometimes. We get mean notes afterward a lot of the times, and it's being recognized helps us power through that. It also encourages newsroom leaders. Even though we don't do this for awards, newsroom leaders really love awards, and so by giving this recognition and these honors, you're creating incentive in newsrooms to do really big, important reporting that maybe doesn't make all the money back from the investment into it. So anyway, thank you for doing this.
thank you both for telling us these stories and for telling these stories to the world. This is the kind of work where journalists speak for people who cannot speak for themselves or aren't listened to. So thank you so much for your work. I want to start with that piece of it. I think when we think about, requesting public records and data journalism, it's very easy to get focused on the records and the process, like we're in Spotlight, running down the list of priests in the directory. How do you keep the humanity at the center of this kind of reporting? I'm looking out at the audience and people are like, bodies cut up, people in chairs for that long. How do you keep that human piece at the forefront in your work?
Well, I think for every story we tell,
You've got to laugh.
Oh.
Okay. No, you're good.
I'm good?
Yeah.
Every story we do a lot of narrative work, so we always build it around someone or multiple people, especially in a given area or facility. We try to include a lot of photo, and we did some video. I think that's something that I think your work, Mike, does really, really well, is having that visceral kind of video content, and I saw that with Matt Fleener's work too when he did the documentary. It's something that we try to do, but I think we could have done more of, is more in-person video, so we're trying to do that more, because I think people really connect with that. But visually, we just try to tell the stories narratively, tell you about these people, how they got to this point. I know I summarized Vernon's situation very quickly, but in the longer story, you get to know him, you get to know his wife, Mary, and just more about his background and the way that this has affected his life. He is an artist as well. And after this happened to him, for over a year, he could not make any art. He could not draw, he could not paint. And he was just traumatized and frustrated, and he felt stuck, and he felt like nobody was listening. But I think visuals can do a lot of that work for you too, and audio too. That's something that we want to explore with more.
I think for us, the humanity's at the center. I want the humanity to be at the center of any story we tell. And so for this project in particular, it's a list of 2,000 some names, and once you make that first phone call where you're on the phone with somebody and you explain that, I recall a veteran who was estranged from his kids, kind of a loner, and I called his daughter and explained that he was dead and that this had happened. Once you have that phone call, you realize this is the heart of the story. And for us, both in the written piece and in the television pieces, the surviving families, their stories and their voices are essential to cut through cynicism that exists in society. That's just kind of this reflexive, their unclaimed body. Well, didn't you love him? Why was he unclaimed? Why weren't you in touch with him? You should have been a better family. That's the knee-jerk reflex that people have to this type of reporting. And for yours also, why are they in jail? Maybe they deserved it. That is something that we hear, and that you can mitigate and cut through by giving people voice and saying, we told Victor Honey's story in 5,000 words and explained his path from Gulf War veteran to dying alone homeless in Dallas. And it was a story of societal failure, mental health, and a family that cared for him. And in the end, a government that didn't provide for him while he was alive, but did cash in on his remains after he was dead. And I think for people it's really hard to hear those stories and read those stories in depth and not realize the injustice.
One of the things that really struck me about both the work that both of you and your teams did is the effort to get the information to the people most directly affected. It's amazing to me the effort to get it to people in jails and do it in a way that's actionable for them, kind of giving them the tools to do some of that work themselves. And for your story, Mike, publishing the lists and getting that, giving people that opportunity to kind of do their own reporting. What was the thought process and how you connect directly to the people who most need that information and who might not otherwise intersect with your journalism?
I think, as I mentioned, for us and the zine that we made, that was my coworker Meredith's idea that came out of a journalism conference because she's seen that work really well in Arizona. It might have been the Arizona Luminaria who had done a really, really good piece. And so for us, as we were talking with people too, we realized people didn't know that jails were violating standards. Like if they were restrained, they experienced this as something deeply traumatic, sometimes something that injured them, something that they felt was unjust, and often said, how is this allowed in the United States of America? But then they didn't know that the manufacturer had a time limit for things like that. So there were some essential pieces of information that they needed, whether they were going to file a complaint or a lawsuit, or even if they just wanted to figure out, hey, this record exists of what happened to you. There's one county actually that never made a single record, didn't even file an incident report when they used the restraint chair, so that county's a black box for us. But the thought was, the people who need this most, we know who they are, we have their names, and so it was kind of a group effort to create that resource and have this mailing campaign. And I think for us, we were trying to be careful of the line of where does that step into advocacy versus like just reaching our audience. And I think we handled that well. But it's also really challenging because in Illinois right now, there's a lot of concerns about paper flowing into facilities, and a lot of mail now is being scanned and given to people in tablets. So we were able to get some of those in, but we also faced a lot of challenges working with the different facilities to make sure that they would accept the soft copy version that we were sending.
Well, for us, I think it's this, we have this list of 2,000 some names, and in the reporting, our initial approach to it was, okay, let's sort through this and start calling see if we can find families for some of these people. It's a team of two. Pulling up Nexus and looking through people finder sites for phone numbers and using a genealogy site. And we did have a lot of success in, sorting through that and finding people on social media or, finding phone numbers and making those direct notifications. But we weren't going to go through 2,000 names. We weren't going to do that, but we knew from our reporting that by publishing the names that would create an opportunity for people to find their own loved ones on here. And so it was really just how can we do the most good? I think that has had more impact than anything at least from my perspective, because I get the emails. My email's on that list, underneath that list. If you find your loved one here and want to talk to a reporter, I get those emails. We're no longer writing about it, but I do reply to give information about who to contact to try to reclaim your loved one's remains, to try to get the records, to explain. I share what records I've got if I have any, and often I do, but also how could you find out what happened? And I think that gets to there is a public service to what we do, or there should be.
Right. Each of you talked some about when the story went in a direction that maybe you didn't anticipate, or you just made this kind of, oh my gosh, discovery. Can you talk a little bit about how you keep open to that kind of thing? I tell my students a lot about prosecuting a story, that you need to be, you may have a theory of the case, but you've got to prosecute it. How did you prosecute the information to be open to those kinds of, this is going someplace I didn't think about?
I think for me, it really took that turn when we discovered Coles County was using stun cuffs on people who were strapped down. Because that was, I'd never even heard of what that device is. For people who don't know, imagine like a shock collar for dogs, but for humans, kind of. They've been, outlawed in some areas. There was a high-profile case, maybe in Philadelphia court, within the past year or so, where someone had stun handcuffs that were banned from the courtroom. But I think that then became just a matter of having the time and resources to spend on going deeper, and that was an outlier county. We did find other counties using tasers, spit hoods, things like that, but Coles County seemed to be unique in the stun cuffs. But I think that also depends on the organization. Illinois Answers were built to do this longer-term investigative work, so I had the luxury to pursue that story and go deeper and talk to those people, and then talk to the new sheriff about what are they doing about this. so I think I got lucky in being able to follow that turn, whereas I know if you're working on stricter deadlines or you have a different outlook with different priorities, that may not be possible.
Right.
I think the earlier panel talked a lot about curiosity being like a core trait that makes a successful journalist. And so for this story, I think we just kept kind of asking that next question. And it started with one dead person, right? One family. And we thought, well, is this happening to others in this town? And then after we did that, we're like, well, is this happening in every town or other towns? And that led us to the medical school. Yeah. And then along the way, I will say that, we kept trying to, scrutinize your own perspective. So I'm coming at this like unclaimed bodies being used for student training. The university was making a compelling argument for why this is a public good. Like we got to train these doctors. I think I kept that idea in my mind, but as we dug more, we realized, well, you didn't notify the families before you took them, and two, it turns out you weren't just training students, you were creating a revenue center for the university, a revenue stream by building out this big bioskills lab and all this. There was a profit motive in it, and that changed, I think, how a lot of people saw the story as well.
Yeah, that was the shocking piece of it. I think when I looked at it was, you can make the argument about the training, but when you're cashing in, that's a little harder to argue. I'm not going to remember, Grace, the exact phrase that you used, but you talked about solutions as investigating, like there's a big trend of solutions journalism now, and our newsroom been trying to figure it out. Do we want to call it solutions journalism? We've adapted the phrase investigating responses because we don't want people to think that we're proposing solutions. We're actually just investigating what people have done and how people have responded. So is that an element of kind of all the reporting you do? How important is it for you to be thinking about not just kind of throwing this out the window and seeing, here it is, but also including that element of here's what other people have done around this problem?
I mean, I think it's pretty essential, and it just harnesses the power of investigative journalism. You see a lot of outlets doing it now. I think the New York Times calls it Headway, and it's kind of just like a branding attached to a form of investigative journalism that's gaining a lot of popularity, but also, like Mike, you guys did that all too when you pointed to, hey, if some counties are actually just publishing this, that is a possible solution, that is a way forward, or what effect that has. And so for us, it seemed important not just to say, we're going to do the work of showing you the problem, but we're also going to do the work to show you how a variety of other places have tried to fix this or make it better, and I didn't want to spend a year and a half working on the problem piece and then just pick one solution to highlight, because then it feels like I'm advocating for a particular response. So we kind of did this buffet of 3 different states and what they've done. But I think it's always existed. It's just being branded now, maybe in a new way.
So as we get towards the end of this, I want to ask you about impact, but I want to ask it more from, not the laws changed and all of that, but personally, what was the thing that really, and Mike, you talked some about this, the thing that really moved you, the thing that made you really think, this is why I do this work? Was, was there somebody you heard from or some anecdote that you uncovered in doing this that made you say, yeah, this is why I get up in the morning and am a reporter?
Well, I mean, I think I touched on it some. I'm a human too. I have a family. I have 4 kids, I have a spouse, I have parents, and everyone I'm speaking to, as journalists, we put a little bit of space between ourselves for mental health reasons and for objectivity, but you have to let yourself empathize with people you're writing about. And so, I can put myself in these people's shoes. Can you imagine getting a call from a reporter across the country saying, hey, did you know your dad died? Of course, we were, a lot gentler than that. I knew that matters. Like that beyond the Texas introducing laws and the university halting this practice. On the individual level, that mattered a lot. And we got such nice notes. Like we don't always get nice notes. We got such nice, thank you from people who we brought closure to, and so that feels good. And on a personal level, I think I mentioned up there, but my colleague and good friend Susan Carroll, who found this research paper, who kind of conceived of this project, she tragically died in the midst of this. And I felt like this is the exact kind of work that she lived to do, that exposing injustice affecting the most marginalized people in our society. And so this particular project has, for me and my colleagues, felt like we were doing it on her behalf as well, finishing it on her behalf. And so, I felt a lot of big feelings around this.
Yeah, and I think for me, I also get a lot of those just like handwritten letters from jails and prisons of people just really thanking us for listening to them when they feel like they were largely shut out from a lot of other avenues for accountability or transparency, if they even existed at all. I mentioned, Ashley going back to school, and I think when people feel like being part of the investigative reporting process is about healing and empowerment and recovery more than extraction, I think that's a goal for me. And so if they feel better just having been part of the process of the story, even regardless of the story that publishes itself, that's kind of a win for me, and that is empowering. But I think a moment that I think about a lot is when the first story published, before we even had the zine to send to people, we sent just some print, double-sided copies folded up in an envelope to some sources. And in one prison in Illinois, the source brought it to the photocopy room and made dozens of photocopies and just started handing it out around the prison. And I think that to me was a moment of, wow, like this is so needed that they're gonna do that and share it with everyone. And the number of people who have been there who maybe have been in a restraint chair at some point and didn't have this information.
It's so powerful, and so I think so important for our student journalists to, it's very easy for us to fall into conversations about objectivity and here are the ethics of all of this, and that's all important, but the human piece of it is the reason we do this work. And the two of you are just such, you exemplify that, and your team exemplify that in such a powerful way.
Thank you.
The reporting is exceptional, and the human piece of it is at the core of that. So,
and journalists, be human first.
Yes.
You're still a person, and if you lean into that, and it'll guide your reporting to better directions.
Yes. Well, thank you both for sharing this work.
Thank you. Good job. Great.
Thank you, Janet.
Thanks, Janet, Mike, and Grace for a really powerful presentation. Now, we're going to take a break for lunch. For those of you on the live stream, eat hearty. And please rejoin us at 1:05 for a presentation on the Collier Prize winning investigation, Prison to Plate. There's no pun intended in that. For those of you here, please don't hesitate to introduce yourselves to our panelists and ask any questions you may have. And I think the food is out in the hallway, but bring it on in, and we'll see you at 1:05. I'm waiting till 1:10 exactly. Okay. Well, it's 1:10. Welcome back to the Collier Prize Symposium. Our final session features a pair of Pulitzer Prize winning reporters who have worked investigations together for the Associated Press for plus minus 20 years. Please meet Margie Mason and Robin McDowell, our 2025 winners of the Collier Prize. Margie and Robin began their work together in Southeast Asia. In Asia, their reporting exposed slavery in the seafood industry, resulting in more than 2,000 men being freed, as well as labor abuses on palm oil plantations. Back in the United States, they exposed how massive companies were profiting from prison labor, a project that won the 2025 Collier Prize for State Government Accountability. Their work has led to convictions, U.S. laws being changed, bans on certain foreign imports, and U.S. companies changing their purchasing policy. Margie, Robin, come on up.
Everybody. Good afternoon. First off, we just want to thank the University of Florida for hosting this event and for bringing us here. We also want to thank Nathan Collier for his belief in what we are doing, all of us, and his generosity in supporting investigative journalism and the kind of work that we are all continuing to try to do. I think what we really want to do is have more of a conversation. As Rick just said, Robin and I have worked together really, I mean, we was 2003, but 2005 is when we really started working together in Southeast Asia. And I think for you to understand, can you guys hear me? I think for you to really understand the journey that brought us to this project, you have to understand a little bit about where we were in the past and how we got here. And Rick talked about some of our other projects, but we really, you know, as women, there were a few of us in Southeast Asia when we were there. We gravitated toward each other, started doing more and more work, started doing investigative work, and really digging in Indonesia. She was in Burma. You know, we found this slave island through a lot of hard work and worked on that story, connecting the dots back with the seafood that was being caught by enslaved fishermen. We connected those dots back to American companies. And that really started our journey into supply chain reporting. And that project then went into the palm oil project, which again, we started looking at this, you know, massive industry in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, two biggest palm oil producers. Again, we're following the money, we're following where this palm oil is going and how it's ending up everywhere in everything that we are eating in America. And then during the pandemic.
And everything else, cosmetics, paint, rubber, there's almost nothing that you can't find palm oil in.
So then we kind of thought, all right, we're done with the supply chain, you know, following things. We're going to do something different. We moved back to the U.S. after being overseas for, you know,
30 years for me.
Almost 20 for me. And then it was during the pandemic that we started writing. We were doing criminal justice stories, and we started writing about prisoners, and they were being forced to work while most other Americans were being told to stay home and protect themselves and protect the public. And they were being forced to make things like hand sanitizer and face masks. And we were wondering, how could this be happening? Are there certain standards for them that are different than for the rest of the American workforce? And that's where we started really kind of digging in a little bit on that. And then we were, started seeing these photos, old photos we thought, of people working on these, former slave plantations in the South. And then we started digging into that a little bit and realizing that, these pictures were actually more modern, and this is today. And they're still working on these former slave plantations. They are making, pennies or nothing at all in many cases. And importantly, if they refuse to work, they could be punished. And they could be sent to solitary confinement. They could have, lose all their privileges. A whole lot of things could happen. And I think at that point we were kind of like, wait, we kind of know this story. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because some of our sources, when we were doing the work in Asia, mm-hmm. we had one guy in particular in the palm oil industry who was really kind of critical, and he was like, you guys really need to be looking at what's going on in the US because you're not doing much better than we are on some of this stuff, right? And so at that point we were like, well, maybe we should do part 3 and turn everything around and focus it, use the skill set that we've developed over the past decade and focus it on what is happening in the United States to this very vulnerable population. It's the same theme. These are people who are behind these walls that we drive by every day, and we don't know what's going on there, right? And I think we started asking ourselves, how is this happening in the United States? And how is it that no one knows, much about this? And how do we really kind of dig in and get at this reporting in a way that no one else has done?
Right. So, and as part of that, I think people are aware and know about prison labor. From time to time, there have been stories that said, for instance, Victoria's Secret was producing some of the things it was making in prisons. And it usually was kind of one-off stories or one-off companies, and then there would often be a reaction. The company would cut the ties. But we decided, okay, well, it was actually Margie that called and said, okay, let's focus on agriculture. She often has the light bulb idea where it's like, this is the thing that can make it different. And we decided, let's make this a national project and use agriculture as a through line, because that is really the clearest way to tell the story about how we got here, from slavery to convict leasing to, as laws changed and morphed, basically prison populations today. And as those prison populations swell, it really has become a big, massive business. And while agriculture represents a small portion of really what is being produced behind bars, it is something that could make Americans, we thought, understand, why is this important? Why should we care? So that is what we did. We had problems, as you can imagine, getting access to the prisons, but as any reporter knows who covers the criminal justice system, you can speak to prisoners, you can phone them, you can email them. But because we did not want to put anyone in danger, we also relied on information that we already had. And Margie will go into a little bit about that, but I want to say, she mentioned the photographs, and since that was something that really struck us, we wanted to show kind of the story through time. And there were 3 photographers in particular, and also several AP reporters who had photographed prisoners working in the fields in the South in the 70s, 80s, and then up until the 2000s in the case of the AP reporters. And I just want to call out their names because pictures were so remarkable. Bruce Jackson, Keith Calhoun, and Chandra McCormick had just a huge stockpile of photographs, and it's something they had spotted years ago, and really couldn't believe it themselves. And they were generous enough to let us use their pictures, and in many cases we could kind of show the pictures from the past and to the present to show this is really not changed at all. So that really made a big difference, I think, in what we were able to do, because of course you can't get cameras, video into the prisons today very often, and it was hard to get today's shots, but we could get them up until a few years ago.
And really, I think with those pictures, I mean, they were Bruce's pictures went back to the 1960s, right? So we had, I mean, we went through thousands of his pictures because he had this amazing access in Arkansas and Texas, right? And then, you know, Keith and Chandra, I think he did 60s and 70s, and then they had stuff from the 80s going up from Angola, which is the Louisiana penitentiary that we've all heard about, state penitentiary. And, you know, I think that early on, we're big into history. Like, we think history, I mean, for all of our stories, we always try to get some history in there, because you have to understand where you are and where we're going. You have to understand the past, I think. And so for this story, it was really interesting, and we're so happy that our editors agreed to let us do this, because so often, you know, you write, you always try to put that nugget of history in there, and it's the thing that gets cut. It's like, this has got to go. We got to shorten this. The history's going. And we really kind of said, look, we're going to do this project, and it's going to be very different than the normal investigative project. And we really want history to be one of the main characters. Like, we want to use history and have that be a part of the narrative that kind of, you know, you can string through all. I think we had 5 stories, and the history was in all of it. And we'd done a podcast earlier looking at convict leasing and the 13th Amendment. And so the 13th Amendment, after slavery, abolished, you know, slavery except as punishment for a crime. And that clause became the basis for convict leasing that occurred, you know, largely in the South after emancipation, where they were able to just go around and round up, you know, mostly young black men for, you know, these crimes that were minimal, if they were crimes at all, right? And then companies, the states would lease these men, mostly men, out to the companies. And so they were working in the coal mines. They were building the railroads. They were doing turpentine here in, wasn't it turpentine here?
Yeah, turpentine. They basically were building America, rebuilding America after the Civil War.
And it was for people like, you know, Andrew Carnegie, and you know, I mean, it was these,
yeah,
it was these big, you know, iconic industrialists, largely from the North, but they were doing this, and it was this legal cover that was provided through this clause in the 13th Amendment. And then as we kind of started looking more at this, it's like, well, over the years, the laws just kind of morphed and changed as mass incarceration, as the prisons got bigger and bigger and bigger. And we all know about the business that's connected to our prisons, right? And so what we really wanted to do was dig in and understand how companies were profiting off of this, and then use the history, and again, as she said earlier, the agriculture, right? It was the through line that took us all the way back to emancipation to today, because you still have all of these guys who are out in the fields, you know, in some cases forced to hand pick vegetables.
They're in like triple digit heat. They don't get breaks. They are punished often when they refuse. They can be thrown into solitary confinement. They can't strike. They can't form unions. So all these things that, you know, big American companies are basically allowing the use of this labor that they would never get away with if they were outside of prison walls.
So then we were like, okay, how do we get at this, right? We're looking at this from a national perspective. How do we do this? And we decided, okay, we're going to need to FOIA all 50 states. So we FOIA'd the Department of Corrections in all 50 states. And some states were really forthcoming. Like, we were asking for the contracts. Who are you doing business with? Tell us. And we were very specific. We wanted to know, we asked them a whole lot of questions, but we wanted to know about like agriculture contracts, especially with the big states like Texas and Arkansas, Louisiana. Those states still do a lot of ag stuff where they're selling stuff all over the place. But then also,
and often buying directly. In those cases, they're often buying directly from the prison. So there were like 3 different ways you could look at supply chain tracking. It's the direct buyers, the third-party suppliers, or things like work release, or sometimes because the supply chains are so murky, it can be third or fourth party suppliers, and we'll get into that a little bit too.
So we filed the FOIAs, and we found that some states were very forthcoming, some states were not forthcoming, and so then we decided, okay, one of the things that we have done successfully in the past is when we need to find something and we need to document the supply chain going from point A to point B to point C, you can always use records, and we've in the past we've used customs data to really help us, especially finding say the palm oil or the fish that were those shipments coming in from overseas. But in this particular case, we were like, okay, well, there's no import records, but we've also had a lot of success in the past following trucks, literally putting boots on the ground. And I think that that's something that a whole lot of reporters today, there's limited budgets, there's limited time, that is a big investment. But it's something that was essential to this project. And I'll let Robin,
and we also like doing it.
So it's her favorite thing to do. And if I end up doing it and she's not there, I have to put it on the FaceTime so that she can feel like she's with me.
That's true.
Right? Because she gets so excited about it.
Although it's not always exciting. It can be very boring. In this case, because we were focusing on the South, agriculture, the South was the obvious place to really look at. And I was living in Minnesota at the time and had to keep driving down to the South, which was like a long drive, or spend time in an Airbnb or whatever way we could kind of get the most for our money, because we didn't really have a lot of money for that.
We do everything on a shoestring. All the investigations that we've done,
we figure out ways to make it work. So in this
money.
case, I rented out my house and took that money and then initially rented out Airbnbs in Louisiana so that I could stay for a couple months at a time, and eventually just full on moved there because the project took a little over 2 years, and we needed a base in the South. It seemed kind of ridiculous to try to cover agriculture from Minnesota and West Virginia. So this is an aerial view of Angola Prison, which became the lead of our main story. It is the size of Manhattan. It was a former slave plantation, one of the biggest in the South. And the conditions there are really terrible. I mean, this is someplace where the workers really are, basically have keeled over in the fields. They've refused to work. They've been tear gassed or clubbed and brought into solitary confinement over the years. So there were a lot of stories. As I mentioned earlier, we didn't want to rely too much on men who were currently incarcerated because we didn't want to get them into trouble. And that really was something that especially in Louisiana, we'd already had several examples of other reporters who had spoken to prisoners, and then they ended up getting into big trouble. So we ended up talking. Louisiana has a very strong community of formerly incarcerated workers, talked a lot to them. And then also family members of people who survived, or when people died, their family members spoke to us quite often. So in the end, I think we spoke to over 120 people. This is the gate of Angola, Louisiana State Penitentiary. Spent a lot of time just sitting in a truck outside waiting for shipments to come out. We did have a couple sources of people who could tell us when they thought agriculture products were going to leave, and that included cattle, so we knew about the time frame of various crops. But it could take days and nothing would happen, and then it was come back in a week or come back in 2 weeks. Eventually, there was a shipment of cattle, 80 cattle in 3 trucks that left, and I called Margie, like, okay, we got it. Of course, once you start following a truck, you don't know where it's going to go. It could just go to some local, like local market or local auction house is what happened in this case. It went to some place called Dominique's Auction. And then we watched all those cattle be bought by a very wealthy Louisiana rancher. And then a couple days later, he sent them to Texas, followed that truck 600 miles, those trucks 600 miles to the auction house where Margie met me. And then we were able to find out by talking to the owner of the slaughterhouse who buys this stuff. She was very forthcoming. It was pretty much everyone: Burger King, Sam's Club, McDonald's, Tyson Foods, Cargill. So this was kind of a really great example of how murky the supply chains are and how hard it is to actually find out who's buying this stuff. In this case, and we've seen this in other cases as well, they were also exporting. So for us, this was a big deal because some of our previous reporting had resulted in import bans of goods produced through slave labor. So it was kind of this Malaysian, actually he was a former minister, who told us, look at America. He was right. I mean, we are doing the same thing. It's different, like a lot of people are not very sympathetic to prisoners versus migrants being trafficked, but ultimately it's very similar.
Yeah, and I think that was another big kind of light bulb that came on for us, because it was like, whoa, wait a minute. Our reporting on the seafood and the palm oil changed these laws. It changed the way that, shipments are seized, things, anything made with, and it was funny because I think normally us having been in Asia for so long, when a foreign ministry comes out on Twitter or anywhere and says anything about a story or you or AP, normally it is not a good thing. They are not happy. But the Chinese foreign ministry sent a tweet out after our story ran, and basically they didn't name names or anything, but they basically said, hey, you guys have been throwing stones at us over, prison labor and the Uyghur situation in China. But look at read this AP story and you can see what the U.S. is doing. So we were like, oh my goodness, the Chinese foreign ministry is like actually putting a story out and telling people to read it. So it's a complete reversal of what we had been doing previously in Asia. But again, there was a lot of overlap there. One of the other things that we really wanted to look at, and I really, this was something that I was adamant that we dig deeply into, and that was again, when you're looking at the prisoners.
Go to work release. Talk about work release first.
And work release. Well, yeah. I mean, you've got the rights and protections are not the same for the American workers who are outside and those who are inside. And you could have two people standing side by side, out doing the same job in a community somewhere, but the prisoner doesn't have the same rights and protections.
Just for example of this, like what she's talking about is the work release. So we focused very heavily on Alabama and the work release programs, in addition to looking at who is buying directly from prisons or third-party suppliers. Prisoners are being sent into the community to work at fast food restaurants, foreign car manufacturers, furniture shops, and they'll go out for the day and then come back at night, and then basically they get paid for it, but there's often a huge cut in their wages. And while the DOC says, oh, this is helping with parole, or this is all kind of ways they can save money, some of the guys in Alabama, at least where we focused a lot of attention, were never going to get out of prisons. They had life without parole, and some of them had murders, or like there were dangerous people who would technically be considered dangerous working alongside civilian employees at McDonald's. And it basically is just a way for Alabama, which has a long history with convict leasing, one of the worst, to continue to profit off this labor. And this is where you're getting in with the women now, I assume, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's also, again, like we focused on, if somebody is hurt or killed, and we found some cases that were just absolutely horrific, and they might not be entitled to workers' comp. OSHA might not have jurisdiction, or the state agency that does, that's looking at workplace injuries or fatalities. There were all these things, they can't sue in the same way that a regular person on the outside could sue. It's very, very difficult. And we found example after example. I mean, I'll mention a couple of them. I mean, there was this one woman in Colorado, and her name was Candy. And she was on a work release. Robin interviewed her. And she was working at a sawmill. And a plank of wood got stuck, and she was told to go under and try to dislodge it. And the the blade came to life. And it ripped into her skull. And she came up out of there bleeding profusely, and they had no first aid there, so they stuck maxi pads on her head to try to stop the bleeding. And instead of, they couldn't even call 911. This is something where somebody gets a saw into their head, you call 911 for the ambulance, right? No, they did not take her to the hospital. They took her back to the prison where she was, stitched up and treated, and then got in a really horrific infection and ended up getting MRSA, and is still being years later.
Yeah.
I mean, Robin, you can talk about her a little bit. You interviewed her.
Yeah, I mean, she ended up getting put in solitary confinement because then they claimed that she was stealing a pair of underwear. I mean, they try to keep people separate, especially when something horrible happens, so that they cannot complain, cannot get additional help. And I mean, you've covered the worst of what happened to her, but she continues to really suffer. She's now convinced that people are kind of following her, and it's hard to really know what's true or not, because everything she claimed was happening in prison, actually, we were able to confirm. So I don't know. She's just it's a very horrible story, and not the only horrible story.
I was going to say, I mean, the people look to the firefighters, the wildland firefighters. They're essential, and we all know that prisoners are in those programs, right? And we found one young woman who died out in California, and we found a team of women in Nevada, who were forced, even though the fires were burning through their boots, they were forced to continue to work, and they got, second-degree burns, and they wouldn't take them to the hospital for their, injuries. And it was then they fought back. They got the ACLU involved in that particular case because they did it super early, because there's limitations on how long you have and all of these things. And they were able to fight back and actually got some change as a result of it. But I mean, the bottom line is,
Frank Ellington.
Yeah, we had a guy in Alabama who was working at a huge poultry plant, and he got sucked into a machine and killed instantly. So they're doing really dangerous jobs that no one else really wants to do. And then, of course, again, as I said, they're not given the same rights and protections. And so that was something that we really wanted to focus on. And then I'll also mention another story that we did. I think there were 5 stories in the package. We we're looking at, particularly, it seems like we always end up having a story that looks at women, and we're looking at women who were working inside prisons and also on work release. And we found that women have they're particularly vulnerable to abuse, sexual abuse from guards. If these guards know that they are on work release, oftentimes when you're on work release, you might just have a few months left on your sentence. Well, these women are almost done. They want to get home to their kids. And the guards know this, and they take advantage of this, because if they try to abuse the women, and the women, report it or do anything, they know that the guards have ways of, making problems for them and adding time to their sentences. So what we found in all 50 states, again, we found cases of women who were working in the prison system being abused by guards. And we I want to make this point too to the students out here. We found a particular case in West Virginia of a woman who was abused by a guy on work release, and she had pajamas that had DNA on them. And most of the cases, these guys are not prosecuted. Nothing happens at all. And in many cases, they're just allowed to quietly resign, and then they just move on to another facility, or they're transferred to another facility, and there's nothing in their record. And so this just continues on in other places. And in this particular case, we wove this story, this national story, around this really powerful narrative of this. It was actually, there were a number of women that were involved, but we talked to two of them. And I think for those of you who are thinking about, doing investigative reporting, I think what we found over the years is that you can have an amazing investigation, and it can, it can be really powerful. But if you don't have the storytelling and you don't have the writing, sometimes you're not gonna bring people in. So I think one of the things that we try to always do, and in fact, I think sometimes we probably put more effort into the writing than the actual reporting, right? We spend an enormous amount of time trying to make sure that the stories are, something that when you start to read it, you want to find out what happened to this person, right? Compelling. So I think as you're thinking about doing investigative reporting and crafting things, always remember that don't forget that the storytelling needs to be just as strong as the reporting. But anyway, with this rape story, in the narrative of this woman, the guy who was accused of doing this, he had been out. He was in the system, but he had been out. I think it was something like 8 years and not prosecuted. I mean, still just waiting. And finally, I guess a few weeks ago, he's just pleaded guilty. So that just happened. And I think things really kind of started, happening more after our story came out with that case.
Yeah, these are just a couple pictures. This is the guy who died in the, got pulled into the chicken slaughter machine. Ironically, he was working on the kill line where they kill the chickens, and he got sucked in, and that's his mother.
Wait, is that him? Is that Braxton?
Oh, is that Braxton?
That's
Braxton.
Braxton.
Sorry, this guy. This is another guy who was working along the side of the highway, and he got hit by a car. And basically, he was a young man. I think he was 19 at the time. And this is his mother.
And oftentimes, nobody's told what really happens. There's just, little information, or they might not find out, or it's very frustrating for the loved ones when, somebody dies on the job. This was a woman, and she was a woman in Arkansas who was working on a plantation, or was working on a former plantation in the what it was called the Hoe Squad, and she was talking about how they were sexually harassed on a regular basis by the guards. And these are some of the old.
Yeah, this is where we tried to do kind of a back and forth between old pictures and current pictures to show the similarities.
That's in Florida, so we think this might be the only chain gang left in the U.S., or there might be another one or two somewhere else. But yeah, this was in Florida.
And here's this is Chandra McCormick, the woman we talked about in New Orleans.
We did a lot of reporting all over the country. So we were in the South. We did a lot of reporting in Arizona, where there was a big program involving an egg company, one of the biggest egg companies in the country, had a huge work release, or a program that was a direct contract with the DOC in Arizona.
Well, you can't really see it, but this is a map of the United States. All of the places that have agricultural programs. It was produced by professors in Colorado that were studying the same thing. And we're kind of wrapping up here. One thing we really like doing with all these stories is naming as many names as we can. So here's an example of that. It seems like some of these things are kind of strange, but so I think that's pretty much it. We can go a little into the impact. Several of the big companies cut ties after our story came out. There are lawyers in Louisiana that were looking at prison labor at Angola and other places, and successfully filed a lawsuit that I think was partially informed by our reporting, but they were working independently. As Margie said, the man accused of raping the woman in West Virginia he pled guilty.
He's pleaded guilty.
We don't know what
awaiting sentencing.
Awaiting sentencing. What else was there?
Well, I mean, I think for us, one of the things that we really wanted to do with this project is we wanted to educate people. Mm-hmm. And I think that, a lot of states now, and also at the national level, the language from the 13th Amendment is in a lot of state constitutions. And there's been a big push to change that language, to pull that out of there, and also to change the 13th Amendment, that clause. And so I think that
Which was ultimately our goal. Like our impact goals are often a little bit like just a shot at the moon, but it was like, we want to get the 13th Amendment changed or have an amendment passed, and the same with the state constitutions. And we still think that could happen one day. Cory Booker was one of the main proponents for that.
I mean, and some of the states are still doing it. They're still changing. It's going to be a slow process, but I think that we wanted to have. I mean, I think with all of our projects, it's about the investigation, but it's also about the education.
Well, and if you're going to change laws, you need to have voters vote to change those laws. So if people don't understand and they're just hearing the state view of we're saving taxpayer dollars, or why this is help, if you're hearing only one side of it, you're going to quickly vote, keep them in there, let them work. What do we care? And just to touch on that, because I think one of the things we were most worried about or knew was going to be an issue is there's going to be a lot of people who say these are prisoners, who cares, or and there's going to be other people who say, well, what's the solution, because we don't want taxpayers to pay for it. And I don't think there aren't that many people who say abolish the jobs altogether, but there is a feeling among many people, especially advocates in this area, if you're going to hire them, make sure they're protected, make sure that they are treated with the same kind of human rights as outside workers, especially if they're benefiting these big companies.
And I just want to say before we end, I want to give props and a shout out to our editor, the great Kristen Gasley. And just so you all know, I mean, you heard Mike this morning and you saw his presentation. Kristen, while she was editing, and she had worked at AP for many, many years and has retired. She came out of retirement to work with us. She worked on the Palm Oil project with us.
And the seafood.
And the seafood.
project.
But she also was the editor on Mike's project as well. So, you know, if you think that, you know, she should be here, I wish she was here right now, because she's an amazing editor, and we were so fortunate to have her. So,
I think that's it.
And yet we have questions for you. So, so thanks for that. I think it'd be interesting for some of the folks here, particularly the students. I think it's a dream job for many, or at least aspirational, to be a foreign correspondent. How did that happen for each of you?
Well, I went after grad school to Cambodia to start a newspaper, the first English language daily in Cambodia. So that was a country that was just recovering from war, and the publisher had a connection with the king that basically opened the door for us to start a paper. So I went for Cambodia Daily, which closed a couple years ago after political pressure, and then joined AP from there.
And Margie?
So it had been my dream. It was my dream job, and it had been my dream since I was very young. And I will mention my mentor, who has since passed, George Esper, who was the legendary AP war correspondent. You know, I wanted to go to Vietnam, and I wanted to figure out how to do that, and AP was something that I kind of learned early on. Okay, this is an avenue. So I went to AP straight after graduating from college, and I've been with AP for 26 years, I think now. And it was always, how do I get overseas? How do I do this? How do I get to Asia? And I just kept pushing. And I was telling a student last night, she said she wanted to go overseas, but she was a little frustrated because people had told her that, you know, that's not easy to do, you can't do this. And I said, you know, people did that to me too, and I just did it. Mm-hmm. I did it. It doesn't matter. Don't ever let anybody tell you can't do something.
And in some ways, I think you're able to leapfrog when you're overseas, because you might not go, and I know we both know so many people who went without a job and then just started stringing, and then suddenly we're stepping in and helping work for AP when the bureau chief left or something. I know so many people like that. So that for me was a leapfrog, just kind of go. I don't know, it would have taken forever to achieve anything here, I think, for me.
Yeah, I mean, I was at AP already, and then we had this path that we used to have to go to the international desk in New York, and people would get stuck there for years, and I didn't want to get stuck there. So they said, look, there's a job, but you're going to have to go as a local hire. And I just said, okay, I'll do it, done, right? So, I think just if you want something that seems like only like veteran reporters or, you know, people who, you know, just do it your own way.
Well, and we probably, or you probably ought to mention, Margie, you did work in Florida before you joined the AP, right?
Yeah, I worked at the Times-Union in Jacksonville for about a year. So I did leave AP for about a couple years actually, and then went back. And I did some really great stories here, and I've been able to reconnect, and Boltzell is back there. He was one of my editors in Jacksonville, and then went on to work at the AP, and you know, I got some incredible experience there that I've carried with me over the years.
And talk just a little bit about impact. You had the slide up there with all of the brands. So were they all buying goods that were coming from prison labor? And are they all still buying goods? What do we know about that?
Those names were all indirect and direct buyers.
Part of the spider web.
Yeah, part of the spider web. So Cargill is the biggest privately owned company. They cut ties.
Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's.
Cut ties.
McDonald's with the company that was buying eggs through Arizona company. So not all of them cut ties, but in some cases, the grain producers that provide, a lot of these, the cereals and other things, they cut ties, quietly cut ties. So it's a mishmash, but I think ultimately we were able to tie companies that were buying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of goods from these prisons, trying to kind of figure out which of those, how much of those got cut is a little harder.
And then we had some contact after the stories came out from some Canadian researchers who said, hey, this is really interesting, and there's all this stuff that's coming into Canada, especially these car parts in Alabama that you've written about, and guess what? It's illegal for Canada to take stuff made in other countries from prison labor. So then, they have been in touch with me and have been, working on a report, and we'll see, if anything comes of that. I think with this one, everybody wants the impact to come right away, right? You want the impact to come the day that you write the story. It's like, okay, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And sometimes, an example is the seafood. That's been 10 years from now, and I still get things from people who are saying your reporting is still changing the way that we do things, and it's changing the way that we talk about this and deal with this. And there may be little things. Clearly, there's still a lot of slavery and human trafficking and things going on in palm oil and in the seafood industry. But I think now people can't say they don't know, right?
And I guess maybe one last question. Are there any state prison systems that have imposed some sort of safety standards for prison laborers or?
Kind of. Louisiana.
Well, that was the lawsuit.
That was the lawsuit. Has agreed to put a little tent on the fields so that the guys can go for a 15-minute break every couple of hours, but I think there were reports that those tents, that's just a ridiculous thing, right? Like it's.
Well, and to give them, they agreed to give them water and
gloves and
sunscreen and sunscreen.
Right.
But it was but it was the first time that a judge had ordered that anything
Yeah,
be
it's
done,
remarkable
right?
that anything happens in Louisiana and kind of recognizes that this is abusive and inhumane in prisons. But that's the only one I think that, and Hickman's.
We had heard that they're no longer, but I don't know. I think there were some issues with bird flu was also, because it was a egg farm out in Arizona that we focused heavily on. And I think that they are no longer doing the program. That's what I heard anyway, but I don't know how much that's related to the bird flu stuff too.
Well, thank you both.
Thank you.
And congratulations. And thanks to all the talented people in the UF College of Journalism and Communications who did all the work to make this day possible. We'd be here for another half hour if I named them all. And of course, deepest gratitude and thanks to Nathan Collier, whose belief and passion about journalism led him to endow this prize and symposium as a lasting resource and legacy. So some quick but important notes in closing. We'll be posting the recordings of these sessions online as quickly as we can, so you can catch up to any sessions you may have missed on demand. We will be reaching out to all of you, all of our attendees, for feedback on the event, what you valued, what you didn't, what we could do better, so please share your thoughts. We've begun surveying journalists for our annual Collier Prize Accountability Report. When you get a link to the questionnaire, I hope you'll respond. Your input will help reform other reporters and journalism institutions. The Collier Prize has a monthly newsletter that features trends and challenges in state government reporting. If you don't subscribe already, please do. And don't hesitate to submit your best work for the Collier Spotlight recognition. That's our quarterly recognition award. And please, please, please enter the competition for the 2026 Collier Prize. First prize, $25,000. Second prize, $5,000. Third prize, $2,000. Those are real dollars, folks. We'll share more information about that as well. The deadline to apply is the 31st of January. The QR codes on the screen will take you to the entry site for the Collier Prize and our newsletter portal. To submit for the Collier Spotlight, email collierprize@ufl.edu. And thanks to all of you. And again, put Wednesday, November 18th, 2026 on your calendar for our next symposium. So thanks so much.